But did you know I got the car that go over the window down talking to me?
I didn't notice.
Anyway, yeah, I thought she did. You look tired? I said, yes, you look tired of car. So I said, 5%. But I was like, oh shit. Maybe she's late. Or of course she's taking late. I don't know. Maybe she's trying to file somebody. Quit. Drop off or whatever. Like, if I can get the car to go in, don't look how it's called like. You know?
Yeah.
Like now I still would have been short. I got these damn hot pants on. I don't really go shorts either. Okay. Kind of quiet, hasn't got started yet. The big girl named Peter, I don't know her name, but she said, "You here early?" I got to tell you, we got to come to short now. If they don't work here, that makes this to be here. You tell you where I'm telling everybody that Gloria went to full-time safety, right? I had to pay her a mind, I know she don't know shit. She said, I heard that Gloria, first she said, I think Gloria got hurt because she went to the security office, right? And then the next day, she said, I heard that Gloria went full-time for security. That's good. That's good. Security, full-time safety. So she went to the safety office. Then the next day, she got hurt. I think she got hurt to safety office. And then the next day she said, I think, she said, I heard that Gloria went full-time safety. Right? And I said, if you ain't go full-time safety, they put that job on the board. You can't just give it to her, you know. They ain't looking. But yeah, Dory been gone all last week, right? She came back yesterday. And she said, hey, everybody heard that she got some saved. Or Monica here. So Monica told her. The word on the street is you need a full-time safety. She said I was injured. Super Avery.
Yeah.
Alright. They said I'm good. Ain't nothing going on right now. Bill Grant. Everybody working right now. Sitting around waiting. You know? So now you go around telling tales about people. You know what I'm saying?
She's making shit up.
Yeah. But she said to her, first she said, I think Dory got hurt just to get to security. And then the next day, I heard Gloria went blah, blah, blah. I heard she went full-time for safety. Yeah, Serena does. But Serena will pay for it. Our girl here, our Hispanic girl here, is on Twilight. It's not a full-time position. It's not a full-time position. It's part-time. Yeah. I know one thing. She's full-time. I'm going a lot of reasons. I can get that job. That job is mine.
She be making jobs up, saying people got them.
Yeah. It's not even fine for you to try to get a job. Yeah. Yes, sir. Hey, Sam. You didn't meet the work? They have some things like, we got down. It's about one part. Oh, it's down. All the way. It is what it is, yo. Yeah, 4 tables over there. Hang it up, yo. We had last night 4 tables. For a full time, right? Yeah. It's full time. It's the only thing. It's all kind of like, right? They go on. Because they see this too. You can have one because it's don't work out for you. We're gonna fight. I'll kick your ass. Well, I'll get in and you need my bodyguard. I'll get in and kick your ass. Oh, he's just taking either. Right. You ain't walking, right? I want to better that too, so. I've been for like 45 years. Finally got it. Good. So we can't be money more than that. No, I better be your money more than him. I'm here $20. You know I can do it too.
But even the way the Ben Shapiro thing was handled, I think it just spoke to the fact that
No traffic. Now it's also traffic.
it was clear that Candace had handlers at the Daily Wire and at PragerU, just like I believe Officer Tatum has handlers. And with that, we're going to transition over into Officer Tatum. Over the past few weeks, particularly the past couple of weeks, Officer Tatum has been going viral because of the Nolan Wells case. What did Officer Tatum decide to do? He decided to interview Nolan Wells as his friends. Got it. You said, well, yes, because he's trying to get to the truth. That was one of the oddest things ever. Why is that, Demetrius? Why is that, Dean? What makes that odd? He's trying to get to the truth. Ben Crump, the attorney for Nolan Wells, or Nolan Wells is his parents, Nolan Wells is his estate. Ben Crump is a race hustler.
Yeah.
What's here? Huh? Stop. come down every morning like 5 o'clock. He's not getting off.
Hey,
Woo. He's full time now. He was way past his 8 hours. But he loads. One sort he loads. The other sort he sort of packages. Small sort, I think. He's not getting off. That means you were over for the shit. He said he gonna be on for his boys. The hell of the day I'm gonna go with, dude.
he said, what are you gonna do?
Huh?
What he say he's gonna
He
do?
got with his boy, his son. And he said that he was going. Yeah, he got mine working this year, late not early in the morning, because we used to come to school during the day. That's what they do. Alright, I guess I'll let you go. Going to church now?
What?
You going to church now?
Is today Tuesday or Wednesday?
Oh yeah, it's Tuesday.
I hope it's Tuesday. Yeah, I'm going to Atlanta.
Okay.
All right, well, I love you. God bless you.
I love you too. God bless you too, hey, Rob.
Talk to you soon.
Okay.
Peace. Bye.
Hustler, right? He's a grifter. He's an ambulance chaser. All the terms that they come up with. I agree with you. I also believe that Ben Crump is boule. We've already discussed in extensive detail what boule means and what their job is, which is to protect the elite class, which are the elite
Jimmy Strickland.
families. All happen to
Hello, this is James. Well,
who all happen to be white and white Jewish families. It's just a fact. Allegedly, right? It's a fact, allegedly. But two things can be true at the same time. Officer Tatum did something that was very strange to me. And I hope I'm able to convince at least one of you to see it the exact same way. Even if you already don't like him, you've noticed how he's been an unapologetic Zionist, how he's been handling the Charlie Kirk case. I get it. We're talking about something different today, though. Pretend that you don't dislike Officer Tatum or certain things about Officer Tatum. Allow me to introduce a different perspective for you. There's a kid in Mississippi that goes missing on July 4th. His body washes up on the shore of Horn Island in Mississippi 2 days later on July 6, 2026. It blows up. It's nationwide news. Officer Tatum decides to interview the majority white friends of Nolan Wells, who showed very little emotion during the interview, that being Nolan Wells is his friends. Never saw any tears from his main friend who's supposed to be his best friend. No tears. That's strange. He repeatedly said the phrase, "We were trying to save our boat." You never once hear anything about trying to save Nolan. Why am I mentioning this? If you're Officer Tatum, you have nothing to do with this situation. Why would you go out of your way to interview people who very well may be guilty? Right? These people may have colluded to unalive Nolan Wells. We don't know. Nolan Wells could have gotten too intoxicated and something else could have happened to him that is totally innocent of anybody else's wrongdoing. I happen to believe otherwise. Especially given that his friends didn't report him missing. Right? They weren't concerned, despite having his cell phone. His parents had to call looking for him. All the 304
Taxpayers covered the cost of a first-class plane ticket for Mayor Bottom's husband to fly to the Super Bowl.
$11,000 in luxury chauffeured car service tabs, just her first 5 months in office.
Keisha Lance Bottoms, she's out for herself, not Georgia.
He can lie and say, "I wasn't assuming that his friends were innocent." Yeah, you were. You sat down with them and gave them this softball, almost let me give you a hug, I'm on your side type of interview. That's weird energy. You don't know these people. Why do that? You know what that will look like. To make it even worse, let me prove my point. Earlier this year, Carmelo Anthony, a kid from Texas, was officially convicted, sentenced, I believe, 30 plus years for unaliving another high school kid, I believe by the name of Austin Metcalf. At no point during that entire investigation case, trial, did Officer Tatum reach out to Carmelo Anthony's family and friends and sit them down to try to defend Carmelo Anthony and corroborate and support them during the interview. You never gave Nolan Wells as his friend any reason to believe that you didn't believe them, that you thought they were guilty, that you were suspicious of them. None. That's weird energy. You don't know them. You don't know them. What is this energy, bro? Officer Tatum is a plant. Allegedly. Everything I say in this live is alleged. I've been saying this for the longest. These people are plants. They have an agenda and they have, they are given certain directions, right? They are given certain marching orders that they have to follow, right? And they're going to follow them because their handlers, their sponsors, their funders are what's most important to them, right? I'm mentioning that because I want you all to notice the timing of everything. It's not until the Nolan Wells case comes around. Officer Tatum is trending everywhere because of it. A lot of people like it. A lot of people dislike it. It's very distasteful what he's doing. And right around the time he's trending, he decides to go onto something that I'll be the first to admit. I said this a long time ago. I never thought that Officer Tatum, Officer Tantrum, Officer Tanktum, what's some other good ones? I've heard some good nicknames, man. Officer
Tater Tot.
Dang, what's the
Tater
other one? Someone
Tot.
came up with a good one the other day. But
Hello.
Hey, Brother Jim.
Hey.
Hey, my man, what's been going on?
Not too much. What you up to?
I'm in Carrollton. I just got off talking. I went without talking to him for a little while, and then
Lost you.
Yep. What y'all got going on?
Just doing the DoorDash.
Yeah. Whereabouts you working?
Atlanta.
Yeah.
Atlanta, you're going to get plenty of them. So, stat suburbs, you may or may not get any. But in Atlanta, it's got too many people not to get something.
Yeah. Yeah, you'll be busy all night down there.
Well, it'll probably take me out to who knows where. But I'll probably get like a big run, $25 or something, take me down to Fairburn or take me back to Douglasville. And then I work out there for a little while and then come back whenever it slows down. So that's the way they do it like that. They figure out who's lacking and they'll find you a run out there and then you work out there for a while. Wherever there's nobody doing it or not enough people doing it or something. So they do the logistics.
Yeah.
What's up with Brandon?
Well, we're going to do a celebration of life, not this week, but next week. So I want you to be there. I don't know what time you can come, but we'll start the dinner around 5, and we'll probably start the service around 6 o'clock.
It'll be on Thursday?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'd like everybody that would like to speak, I would like them to say something. And especially if they knew him, you knew him, Tommy obviously, myself. They've got family that wants to maybe say a word, minister. I just think it's we need the people that knew him need to say something.
Right. Sure enough.
Yeah, if it's just going to be a celebration of life, just talk about your memories, share your memories with him.
Yeah.
With the people, they need to know, they need to hear the good stuff.
Yeah, that sounds good.
They definitely do. But yeah, it's gonna be next week, so
Okay.
just be prepared for that, because they're invite their people and they got to get him cremated and boxed up. Brenda wanted his ashes there when we do it, so
Okay.
yes sir. What's going on with the church, man? Anything new?
Nah. Bunch of witches been cursing it.
Been trying to come around. How's Dom
it's Tommy's
and
friend.
his wife doing?
Dom and his wife they're struggling, but they're gonna have they got a lot to get through. They didn't know each other very well, so they got a lot to go through before they can have a good marriage. So I think they'll make it. If they want it, they'll make it.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, Tommy's girlfriend is Christian witch. Well, she's not really a witch, but she hangs out with witches. And they cursed Tommy and they cursed the pulpit at the church. And then Tommy immediately got sick, and then he went outside, and then the lady was driving by. So that's and then when I was preaching, I started feeling like there was something wrong. And then all of a sudden she called. And I was like, okay, well, that's obvious. This lady is with her friends cursing us. And then they didn't curse us the next week. But then they did this week. Because how I know is because Tommy called me and said, hey, she's with that witch lady again. I'm like, oh, okay. Well, you can preach. You can sing and preach. I'll watch. Oh boy, that's funny. Because that happened to me when I was preaching for Mark on the south side. You remember? Mark was supposed to preach and he got sick at that lady's house. And then I went down there and preached. And then I got really, really sick. But Mark was really, really sick too. So they're trying to kill pastors right now, is what they're doing. That lady that cursed the pulpit on the south side, after she cursed it 2 weeks after that, she died. She was there. She was there when I was preaching. And I told, the next day I told Mark, I was like, hey man, I know what happened. The pulpit was cursed. It went after you before you ever got there. So you got half and I got half. But it was bad. It was half of it. But, he goes, oh yeah, that lady is blah, blah, blah. Her name was Brenda. He said, that lady, like, the lady in the wheelchair? He's like, yeah. And I'll pay her. But see, that money gets you blind. Well, he's got a witch working with him. Yeah. One way to look at it. Oh my gosh, you're right, Jimmy. You are right. I get it now. No, we ain't getting it. He's not hitting it. He's not yet, but you know, it's hard to resist him. Yeah, and the money. Yeah, she ain't gonna give him none. Not unless he begs for it. Right. I told him, I said, man, God's preaching this to you. We all heard it. We don't need to hear it again. But I'm like, but you can preach it Sunday if you want, since they cursed the pulpit. You can do the singing and everything. I don't mind. I'm gonna go throw some oil on it. Do some oil on it tomorrow before I get up there. They're trying to kill him. Over $250,000 a year. You don't need that much money. You live in a church. He wants to get married. He wants to get married is what he wants. Right? That's true. Yeah. Yeah, you right. Yep. Well, yeah. Because they're brothers, you know. That's wild, because that girl knew. That girl said that. She's like, I'm not going back in. I'm going to get killed. Huh.
I get it, man. I ain't no harm done. He didn't want to die alone.
He wanted to die free.
He wanted to be with his mother. And that's how he ended up dying.
He was with his mom, or he died before she got there?
He was in the living room.
Okay.
She thought he was sleeping.
But
he was dead 24 hours but before the paramedics got to him. His body started to decompose.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's wild. She just didn't go check on him or nothing.
Well, she was there, just, you know, he was in the living room, but she just thought he was sleeping until, you know, it was like, hey, you gonna sleep all day, Brandon? And no response.
Wow.
He was gone, Jim. I don't blame him. He just didn't want to go through it again.
Yeah. My heart is telling me that the S is fixing to go down. It's fixing to get really nuts.
What is?
The shit. The shit is fixing to go
Yeah.
down.
Oh yeah.
It's fixing to get really crazy out here.
Oh yeah. You better believe that.
My heart's been telling me that for a couple years.
Oh
Literally.
yeah. Once they hit the power grid and they start affecting our water, it's gonna be hell, buddy.
They already have with the data centers.
And, yeah, that's what they're doing.
Oh, so the other night God told me to go think of all the cities I can think of and ask Google if they're on the 33rd parallel. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And Noonan is really the closest city to the 33rd parallel.
Yeah.
Nope, LaGrange is on it. LaGrange is dead on it.
Oh yeah.
And Noonan's the closest after that. Sharpsburg is just as close, or maybe a little bit closer, I think. Yeah, Sharpsburg's a little closer than Noonan. And Peachtree City's right there with it. But I thought Dallas and Hiram would be, but they're closer to the 34th parallel. So they consider anything within 30 minutes of a parallel on it, is what they do. So Noonan is 33 degrees and 22 minutes north. And Sharpsburg is 33 degrees and 20 minutes north. And, LaGrange is 33 degrees and 2 minutes north.
Yeah.
Which makes sense, because it's 20 minutes from LaGrange to Noonan, huh?
Yeah.
I think, I didn't check Pine Mountain. What's it called? Pine something over there?
Pine Mountain.
Pine Mountain. I didn't check that, but I'm betting it's right on it. Probably right on it also. Pretty interesting. My brother and my mom live on the 33 degree parallel.
Yeah.
And your wife, she lives on it.
Yeah.
Ex-wife. Yeah.
Sure does.
I bet you the spirit of evil is stronger there than it is in other places. Must be why.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah. Hey, there's my homeboy. Hold on, listen to this, Jimmy. Jimbo! Yeah, man. Got your cold drink. Yes, sir. Got you the cold drink. All right. God bless you, brother. Good to see you. All right. You been doing good? That's where I'm going right now. Probably. That and, what's this other one called? Cajun something or another. Those are and taco, there's a taco thing. They like that a lot too. Yeah.
Taco Bell, no.
Yeah, they needed to, boy. That thing was, they need to put some people in there to know what the hell they do. Oh, they wasn't. It was about to burn down, huh? Huh. Yeah. So where do you live? Where do you live? You live in College Park? So how'd you get here? Oh, okay, you just come up here on the bus and hang out? Okay. God bless College Park. God bless you, Jimbo. Peace. That's a homeless dude named Jim.
Yeah.
And how I know?
But Jim.
Yeah, it's funny because, like, remember when you told me to give out those crosses to homeless people to give out? He was the first person I ever gave those crosses, bag of crosses to. He's like, what do you want me to do with these? I was like, give them away, tell people God bless you, and they'll give you money.
Yeah.
And then he's like, what's your name? I said, Jim. He said, oh, my name's Jim. And then every time I drive out there, he goes, Jim! He's like, you know how my name's Jim? I said, how? He said, my name's Jim.
Yeah. That's fun.
Yeah, that's true. He loves cold drinks. So,
That's funny.
yeah, God bless him. One time,
Gotcha, buddy.
yeah, one time I had, and that's a long time ago when I met that guy, huh?
Yeah, been over a year.
Yeah, probably a lot more than a year, probably a year and a half.
Yeah.
But one time I had warm drinks and I had a drink I was drinking. And I'm like, this one's cold right here, but I've been drinking out of it. You want it? He's like, yeah. He's like, what is it? I said, Mountain Dew. He's like, oh my gosh, I love Mountain Dew. He didn't change the straw out or nothing. He just started drinking it.
Yeah.
Crazy. He cool though. 3 Jimbos right here. 3 Jimbos. Me and you and him. That's wild. In the name of Jesus Christ of Nazareth. Amen. That's wild. All right. Well, God bless you, brother. I'll talk to you soon. See you Thursday. Peace. Bye. homeboy, I came to party. Your girl was looking at me.
He decided to go into Jubilee. Which the first admit, I said a long time ago, that is one person I never thought would go into Jubilee. Matt Walsh is another one. Because neither one of them are great debaters. I probably would have more so saw Matt Walsh going on, but it would have to be under like really, really strict guidelines. That is to say, obviously, as the person who sits in the middle of the circle on Jubilee, that person gets to decide what the prompt is that they're going to discuss or debate. However, with a person like Matt Walsh, it would have to be even more strict because Matt Walsh is great at sitting behind a camera screen and reacting to videos. He's even better at debates than he is at actual debates. If it's not a green-headed or a red-headed leftist who believes that men can be women or that children should be able to biological men should be able to compete against women, underage children should be able to change their gender, so to speak, right? Gender affirming care. If it's not people like that, he's not debating them. Matt Walsh is a coward. I've learned that over the past 3 years about him, right? Well, he decided to go on to Jubilee, and I don't want it to slip anyone's mind, and I don't want it to go unnoticed, the timing of it. Officer Tatum is about building his brand. It is about money. It is about clout. I know it's hard for some people to believe that because he already has a massive platform. That's what it's about. How do I capitalize? Because as they say, there is no such thing as bad publicity. How do I capitalize off this attention I'm getting? The Nolan Wells case, I interviewed his friends, now everybody's looking at me. Because remember, the Charlie Kirk case messed it up for a lot of people. It has the conservative side of the political sphere, if you will, the political aisle, in shambles. It feels like there's Candace Owens and then everybody else on the conservative side, right? Even Tucker Carlson is taking this very weird stance where he talks about it, then he doesn't. He's staying out of it. He's pretending he don't see these things about Erica. I've already given my opinions about Tucker Carlson. Very suspicious of him. His history, I think he's another plant. It doesn't matter if we like what he says or not. How did you get that platform? Well, he worked at Fox. Let's talk about it.
Yesterday was amazing. Rachel was determined to live her life on her terms, not her migrant.
Mentioning the Charlie Kirk case. Officer Tatum, did you know that the Daily Wire in the past, I believe, 3 years, has lost 80% of the YouTube views alone? We're not even talking about the Daily Wire subscriptions. Simply the YouTube views, 80% is crazy. Ben Shapiro himself has lost majority of his YouTube views. But it gets worse. In the past 10 months, the Daily Wire, of the 80%, a huge chunk of those drops in views came in the past 10, 11 months. What happened in the last year? Charlie Kirk did. That sounds like two things in one. Charlie Kirk did. I'm sure y'all can hear it. Allegedly. Officer Tatum was another one. He came on camera. He cried about what happened to Charlie Kirk to his audience, despite not shaming him for crying at all. But it was a bit weird because Officer Tatum has religiously stated that he would never cry if something happened to his children. Because he would have to, and I quote, be the foundation, a strong foundation for his wife. This is what Officer Tatum has said. So he cannot be seen at no point in time crying. He immediately cried when everything happened with Charlie. He has also rejected, denied, and refused to acknowledge all of the inconsistencies, red flags, and lies that has come out since the investigation started, September 10th, September the 11th, right? His view has dropped tremendously over the past 10, 11 months. That's a fact. Not until the Nolan Wells case happened. That's probably his biggest video in months. It's definitely, from a numbers perspective, I can't argue that. Maybe, maybe not. It's definitely up there. But it's definitely the most attention he's gotten in the past, I don't know what, year, easily. So it's not a coincidence that he decides to go on Jubilee, because he's trying to maximize. He's trying to capitalize on the attention that he's getting. And when I tell you this man was completely unprepared for this debate, remember, I'm more conservative leaning, right? The reason why I'm apolitical and I'm not Republican or Democrat, because not only do I believe that both sides are corrupt, 100%, but I do believe that, and I think it's designed that way, because I believe that Republicans versus Democrats, it's Saturnian principles. I think all of it is rooted in Luciferianism. What do you mean by that, Didi? I mean, when you look at the red and the blue, it's not a coincidence that we see consistently amongst gangs. I do believe that the Republicans and Democrats are both gangs. That's why you have the Crips and the Bloods, red and blue. Look at boxing. You got the red corner, you got the blue corner, right? When you look at, what else? Police lights. When you look at the sign for the NBA, what do you have? You have the logo in the middle, which is white, and on each side, what are the colors?
Red and blue.
Red, blue. Why? Because those are Saturnian principles. What do I mean by that? When you mix red and blue together, you get the royal color of the occult.
James J says, need a door. Number 8.
I'm digressing. We can get into that in another video. I've spoken about that extensively on Patreon. I digress so much right there. I forgot where I was going. Officer Tatum was so unprepared for this debate. Oh yeah, that's where I was going. Remember, I'm more conservative leaning. And I think Officer Tatum made several accurate points. But he also sat there for 2 hours. So of course at some point he's gonna say something that's right, I would hope. He embarrassed himself. Most of the statistics that was presented to him, he ignored them. He didn't care. He pivoted. The amount of whataboutisms. If you ever needed proof that these people are prepped, some people are just better at performance. Some people are just more intellectual than the other, than the last, right? Officer Tatum isn't one of those people. He is not the best orator. He's just not. He feels like he is on the side of truth, so he doesn't have to be the best debater. He just has to state what's true and just keep repeating it. But what he failed to realize is that when you are in the setting like a Jubilee, and you're interacting with so many different strangers, and one of the first times I've ever seen in the Jubilee episode when people came with notes and was Googling things right there. It shook him. He immediately went to, well, what about this? Well, let's talk about this. No, bro. You have a prompt. You've made a statement. They're asking you to substantiate it. You can't do it. You're pivoting. And one of the best examples is this right here. As it's titled, One Black Cop versus 20 Black Liberals. And I don't know if it's just me, but the thumbnail to this video, I promise you, I feel like it changed like 10 times. I don't know what it's about. I'm going to show you all, this is at the very beginning. This is 2 minutes into a 2-hour video. So this is the very first prompt, very first person to sit down to talk with Officer Tatum. And I want you all to listen to what, as we know, she's a regular. Don't agree with her in her politics either. I more so disagree with her than Tatum. But this guy right here just made a complete fool of himself. This is one of the best examples. And fortunately for us, it happens at the very beginning of the video.
I don't want to harp on that. That's in the Constitution. That's just not true. But
every single aspect about it.
But I just want to focus on which one of Trump's policies specifically has been designed to help the Black community.
Well, First Step Act has been designed to reverse the effects of over-policing from the past.
He has done that.
The First Step Act, yes, it was.
Okay.
To allow for people who were incarcerated with sentencing for drug dealing and less violent crimes for them to have some relief. My uncle got out on the First Step Act.
Okay.
Urban revitalization, and injecting money into these inner city communities. Permanent funding for HBCUs.
Where's the proof of that? He just said something. Where's the proof of that though? Injecting money? What does that even mean? Injecting? What does he do? Did he put money or quarters or dimes into a needle and then he just injected it into buildings? Like, what does that mean? And where's the proof that he put this type of money into the communities? But I'm digressing. That's not even the purpose of me sharing this.
Which Barack Obama never did. Donald Trump.
You see what he did? He immediately went to Obama. Why is he not going to Biden? For reference, the previous 2 minutes, like the first minute of this video was the introduction, and then she just sat down. So they've discussed Obama in no term. No shape or form. Why did he mention Obama? Because he's comparing two men who are of different races, which that is to say, it's about race for him as well. Just as much as it is for the race-baiting leftists and Democrats, he's the same way. He's no different.
Implementing. Okay. I mean, I can go down the list.
Yeah,
and I think that lowering taxes and all the other benefits that Americans get is also beneficial to Black
people. So it's funny because I've watched some of your videos, I've heard these talking points before, and I actually looked into all of these, and there's not a ton of quantitative impact on how those have actually affected just the Black community. But let's talk about the Republican Party and Trump and his policies as a whole. Do you think that Trump reposting a video in which one of his supporters screams white power was beneficial to the Black community?
Now, let me make sure I say this as well. Some people won't like this. I really don't care. I don't care about things like that. I think Trump is a pawn, right? I think just like all of the presidents, I think Trump is just one of the most inarticulate pawns in the seat of the president that we've ever seen before. Has Trump done several things that I agree with? Like all of the executive orders he signed once he got into office, yes. But I also believe that there was a lot of the, a lot of those things were a low-hanging fruit. That is to say, a lot of those things were easy fixes. And I believe they were easy fixes designed and placed put into place by Kamala Harris or Joe Biden so that it can make it look.
So, talked to James, and then I seen James on the side of the road, gave James a drink. Then I got 2 orders from James, and my name is James. So, y'all tell me what's going on, because I don't know. But something going on with James. Something going on with James. God bless James. It's hot. It's not hot, but it's hot. It's not too hot, but it is a little hot.
Like, there's a much more need, and I've talked about this on the channel before, for someone like Trump to come along and fix the issues that Biden and the Democrats caused over the past 4 years. When it was the design all along to set these things into place. Trump's going to come along and fix it. But the biggest issues in the country, Trump, just like the rest of these presidents, never actually get to those. But he's able to put a band-aid, or he's able to pamper people with the small fixes, with the executive orders that he made. That were important, but they're nowhere in comparison to the deficit, the financial deficit in this country, the housing crisis in this country, right? And the list goes on. But I'm digressing. What I'm wanting to say here, though, is I don't care about petty posts on social media and how it affects how the black community feels about it. Who cares? Who cares? Let me make sure I say this as well before I play this video any further. It is very important for me to state this. The biggest issues in the black community, whether we want to agree that systemic racism is a real thing or not, how prominent it is, if it is real or not, individual racism, we can talk about those things, and I do believe that both exist to some extent. Here's what I will say. It is not at the top of the list of issues in the black community. It's just a fact. There are a bevy of other things that we need to fix in the so-called black community before we even get to racism and systemic racism. In other words, that is to say, there are several other things we can fix in our community and our individual lives that will improve our life substantially, right? Improve our lives substantially, even with the existence of individual racism and systemic racism. That's a fact. And when I say it's not at the top of the list, it's not in the top 15. Did you hear me? It's not in the top 15 issues in the black community. Right?
I'm not familiar with some video that you posted.
Well, I mean, you should be.
Let's talk about Democrat policy.
Bingo.
Let's talk about Democrat
No,
policy.
say it.
Bingo. The video just started. He's already started it. Right? He's already started it. No. Let's not talk about these things I'm not familiar about that Trump has done that is very distasteful, very...
Tired of apps that charge you for every message? Get it. That's why here, everything's unlimited. Matches, chats, all free. We only connect you with real local women. Message first. Want to meet up? Ready for something that actually works? Download.
Hey, Jim.
Hey, I tell you, it's definitely a visitation day for the Jameses.
Yeah, it sure is.
Because the next order I got was James. Guess what his last name was?
What?
B.
What was his last name?
B. James B. Just like me.
James B. Are
Yep.
you serious?
I'm
JB.
I'm not lying. I'm lying.
Yeah, how could you lie about it?
I mean, my brain don't work to where I can make... I like making jokes
Yeah.
and stuff, but this ain't no joke. This is
Yeah,
serious.
this ain't a joke.
This ain't no joke, bro. This is serious. So, God told me to call you and tell you today is a visitation day for the Jameses. So,
Yeah.
you know, so that's what I started. Just, I told everybody in the whole restaurant, God bless you that time. Oh my goodness. I was like, oh my gosh, this is my name. And then I told the lady behind the counter. She just happened to be like a Holy Ghost filled lady. Yeah, the lady behind the counter was a Holy Ghost filled lady. And I said, hey, check this out. I said, the last order I picked up was James. And I was on the phone with a guy named James. And I was talking outside to a guy named James. And she said, oh, shoot.
It got them too, didn't it, Jim?
Yeah, she's like, I started praying, she raised her hands.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, it was funny. She was an older lady. She was like a, 70, 80-year-old lady, but she's still moving and doing it. So, she knows what's up. God bless her. Bet she's gonna be in church tomorrow night. But I to tell you that it's definitely, and I should have known it earlier because all the storms, and then on the way to work there was crazy lights out, and traffic everywhere. So very hectic, and dangerous. Very hectic and dangerous drive to take Tina to work. So,
yeah, I went through some rain going through Villarica this morning, but after I went through about 10 minutes of rain, it stopped, and it's been clear ever since. I didn't hit no storms or nothing, but I was going westbound.
The storms hit Dallas.
Yeah, I think they went around the west side.
And they were big, man. I wake up, hear Jesus talking, and go back to sleep. But but he didn't say no actual words to me, thank God, because then I would not have been able to sleep.
Yeah, you're right.
So, he's talking to somebody.
Yeah, he gets somebody's attention. Yeah. I was on the phone with somebody earlier, and they're on the east side in Decatur, and she said, oh my gosh, I said, what happened? She said, well, I'm inside and the lightning just struck down.
Inside the house?
I think so.
Wow. And that's when it's going down like that. It's these angels getting thrown out of heaven. That's what it is. And they're the watchers, so they're watching us because they don't like us. And Jesus is telling us, hey, beware tonight. Be aware. Because, the watchers got thrown to heaven, some of them. Now they're down here walking around on the earth. They ain't all got thrown out yet. I don't understand why. I thought they would all come at once,
Yeah.
I thought they would all come at once, but it doesn't seem to be that way.
It rained in Douglasville. I'm home now, and it's everything's wet.
Yeah. That must have just happened because it would have dried up really fast.
Yep.
Because it's just not. For that sun, it's just drying the water up really fast, which makes more storms in the east. They go up in the air and it causes a new storm. Let's see, where we going? Well, anyway, God bless you and keep you in the name of Jesus Christ of Nazareth.
Yeah.
And be on your toes.
Yeah.
Because they're probably going to try to get us out of our character. So.
Yeah, God protect and provide for you and continue to bless you and watch over you and to make His face shine upon you.
Amen. Thank you.
All the days of your life.
Hallelujah.
In Jesus' name.
Amen. And same to you in the name of Jesus Christ of Nazareth also.
Yep.
And I accept. And you accept.
Yeah.
Hallelujah, Lord. This is
fun. I accept. I do not object.
I can't wait to talk to Tommy.
Here.
I can't wait to talk to Tommy. See what happens today. Because he doesn't fully, he's naive is what it is. And he likes to be naive because it's easier that way. If you don't, if you go in places that is dangerous and it's spiritually dangerous and you're not ready, it's better if you're naive. Because
Yeah.
you don't get judged very, very hard, but you probably will come out of character. Because it's hard not to come out of character for anybody.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, that's true.
So when you're naive, you come out of character easier. Well, it's gonna be fun
You
tonight.
know about that.
I'm probably gonna be out here
It's gonna be a
until
lot of
daybreak.
fun, Jim.
Huh?
It's gonna be a lot of fun, Jim.
It's gonna be a lot of fun. That's fun.
Yeah, y'all gonna have lots of fun. Where are you headed now? You staying in Atlanta?
Yeah, I just went to East Point, and now I am headed to let's see, where am I going? I'm in Southwest Atlanta, Lakewood Freeway, Lakewood Stadium, Lakewood whatever it is, amphitheater.
Yeah.
I'm next to the amphitheater. Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Something else weird happened to not really to me, but to the TikTok page, the Brian Anderson page, because it's not really me. So
Yeah, what happened?
So I've been getting like 500 new followers a day, and
Yeah.
but I've been losing I've been getting about 700, but I've been losing 200, so I'm averaging 500. But I'm gaining and losing right now 500 a day, gaining and losing. That's what happened while I was sleeping today. I gained 500 and then I lost 500.
Dang, Jim.
Ain't that weird?
Yeah, that's
So since I've been doing it, I haven't had but maybe 2 days where I lost, but then they always came back as a gain eventually. But in probably about 14 or 15 hours, I haven't gained. I gained like 200 followers in 14 hours, but I lost 200 followers in 14 hours. Ain't that weird?
Yeah, yeah.
Interesting. It's like there's a battle right now that's a tie.
Well, you think TikTok's playing with the numbers?
That's possible, but they could have caught on to I don't really work for Bibi Netanyahu. That's possible. But most likely they didn't. I don't think they did. Okay, is this a kitchen? Where's this kitchen?
Yeah, you definitely don't work for Mason.
Right. But they might, but I've had them fooled to where they thought I did, and that's why I've been gaining so much. So I just made a video a minute ago to hopefully they did promote it really fast because I started getting comments. I said, I love Bibi Netanyahu.
Yeah, Jim.
So I said, that's how I started the video. I said, I love Bibi Netanyahu and Donald Trump, and I would like Bibi to send me my money. Send me my money, Bibi. So then maybe they'll think because it's probably just the computer listening to what it says. If somebody says, I love Bibi Netanyahu, then it doesn't matter what they say after that. They're just like, well, that's between him and him about the money. But he did say he loved him, so I'm supposed to promote him.
Yeah.
So.
But it was a trick.
Yeah, that's what I just did. I just did a trick on him. Try to make it where I gain followers. But that's basically what I've been doing the whole time. Just tricking them so they promote me. So that's fun. this gonna work? Okay, let's get back out of here. Trying to park in the shade. Yeah, but anyway, glory to God. We're gonna have some fun. And you already did your fun, pretty much. I don't know if this extends into tomorrow.
It's a lot of fun out here.
Yep. This might extend into the morning and the daytime tomorrow, more than likely, because, you know, God's day starts at night. Not in the morning, you know?
Yep.
So more than likely it'll be the same thing tomorrow until dark. We'll see what happens. It's probably gonna get really freaky tonight after dark.
Oh, it's gonna get a little wild, Jim. It's gonna get a little hairy out there.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I need to keep this camera rolling. You know what I'm saying? Keep the camera rolling.
You're like, no, let's only talk about that last word in the Senate. Democrats. That's not how it works, bro.
This is how a debate works. You've made a claim that you have to substantiate, and you have yet to do that.
I am wrong. So how are you correct in that Democrat policies are better than Republican?
Well, actually, do you want to know my personal belief is that the Democrats are fundamentally kind of apathetic to the needs of Black people, while Republicans are openly antagonizing the Black community.
Give me an example.
So, I mean, so an
policy
example.
position is negative towards Black people that Republicans implement?
Trump this year intentionally got rid of the disparate impact analysis. So what the disparate impact analysis does is that it analyzes laws that were made neutrally, policies that were intended to be neutral, to make sure that there were not any racial disparities as an effect of that policy, right? Accidentally. So Trump has removed the protection for the disparate impact analysis. So we don't know if the policies that we're enacting are disproportionately hurting the Black community or not.
That doesn't make any sense. Any policy.
It doesn't make any sense. I agree.
What
it's a
you're
bad
saying
idea.
does not make any sense because the policies that are implemented,
yes,
majority of the ones that are in Congress are agreed upon by the House and the Senate.
Right.
Democrats and Republicans.
Yes.
And so with that being said, there's Black people represented, There's
Yeah,
all kinds
well,
of
that's
people
the
represented
point.
in creating our laws and
I know, but
policies.
that's the point.
So
But
what are you
not
saying that they're
everything-
not considering
But
whether or
here's-
not it has a desperate effect on black
So
on black
here's the
community?
thing. When you create a policy, obviously you are creating it in good faith. But we do not know always how that policy is going to affect the
Give me an
population.
example of a
Can
policy.
I finish
Give
talking?
me an example.
Let
of
her
policy.
finish,
But
dude.
I'm
Because
trying to
I'm
explain to
running
you.
out of time.
So the
I'm up here having to defend liberals, dude. Let her finish. The problem is, I'm gonna spoiler alert for those of you that have not watched this as of yet. The truth here, as you're about to see, Officer Tatum actually has no clue about this policy. He's never heard of it before, so he can't actually debate or talk about the details of it, specifics of it. And so instead of actually dealing with what she's actually presenting to him, he's gonna just keep deflecting and just talking like very vaguely and very generally instead of dealing with what she's specifically saying to him. And you're about to see that here in just a moment.
point of the disparate analysis report is to check to make sure.
It's called the Disparate Analysis Report. Watch what he's about to call it, which tells you he has no idea what she's talking about.
The laws that we implement in good faith don't end up hurting the black community by accident.
Right.
Why would you get rid of that?
Great question. Why would anybody get rid of something, not just the black community? If there's a policy that's been set in place, right, and you're trying to, it has been designed to make, or I should say, if there have been certain laws passed in this country, and then there's a policy set in place that is designed to make sure that said laws do not, even if it's accidentally hurting or becoming a detriment to certain populations, why would you get rid of something like that? That's something that's called due diligence. Due diligence is always a good thing. Why would you get rid of due diligence? That's a great question. Why get rid of it? Maybe there's a good answer for that. Let's see what Officer Tatum says here.
Why do you think he got rid of it?
Has he-
He doesn't answer, and she bailed him out the hook because, just saying it for what it is, she's a liberal and she's a woman. She's emotional. She was not able to see what he just did there. He doesn't know, and he understands that, of course, that's a stupid thing to get rid of. That makes no sense unless you don't care about making sure that negative effects don't happen in that community. Instead of him answering, she let him off the hook. He was able to completely dodge having to answer it, and he just put it back on her. So now they're going to talk about if Trump is racist or not.
Black community by accident. Why would you get rid of that?
Why do you think he got rid of it?
Because
according
he's
to you?
racist.
Yeah.
To say that Donald Trump is racist is the craziest thing I've heard.
Donald Trump.
So this is, again, all the crazy things that have happened and we've heard in this world. Shoot, just in the last 6 months. The Charlie Kirk case. Details we've heard in the Charlie Kirk case are some of the craziest things I've ever heard in my life. We're not even talking about in the past 5 years. This man said, simply stating that President Trump, who has been a rage baiter, I didn't say race, I said rage baiter. One of the most inarticulate, one of the most childish and immature presidents we've ever had. It's just true. It doesn't matter if you like him or not, it's true. Name one president in history that was more immature than Donald Trump. Name one. Democrat or Republican? Name one. So you know that he is just being ridiculous with his statement.
Have you ever met Donald Trump personally?
No.
You don't know him?
No.
No?
So
Why would
you've
you
met
say
Donald
I
Trump.
met Donald Trump several times.
So you're basing his whether or not he's racist.
You don't
on
have
your
any evidence. You're saying because he allegedly got rid of some desperate impact analysis.
This man called it desperate. Desperate, bro. Desperate.
Analysis that somehow that has something to do with race and it only affects black
But
people.
your evidence is anecdotal.
That's not what she said. Not that it only affects black people. She said it was designed to make sure that it does not, even if it's accidentally hurt or become a detriment to that targeted population, which in this case just happens to be the black community. The question she asked you was, why would Donald Trump get rid of something like that? Why would he get rid of a due diligence program? Again, maybe there's a good answer for it. Officer Tatum just doesn't know it. All right. So there's that. I didn't want to share too much of that But what I did want to go to next is I wanted to talk a little bit about, let me see which one I want to go to first. So, for those of you that don't know, Austin has been going back and forth with famous comedian D.L. Hughley. I'm sure many people, especially in the so-called black community, are well aware of who he is. D.L. Hughley was a part, I believe, of the Kings of Comedy tour. It's not really important. Anyways, D.L. Hughley has been very upset with the behavior of Officer Tatum. This isn't the first time that they went back and forth before. For the record, not a huge fan of D.L. Hughley outside of comedy. I do believe that he's funny, but outside of comedy, not the biggest fan of him, especially his politics. I do believe that D.L. Hughley is a Luciferian, allegedly. He is a part of Omega Psi Phi. Right, so let me see. Y'all know I'm still working on trying to be efficient with pulling these things up. Let's see if I can get this up here. So just for the record, Officer Tatum, D.L. Hughley, and I've talked about him before on the channel, is Omega Psi Phi, and we have religiously talked on this channel about the D9 or the Divine Nine, which are non-fraternities, non-black fraternities that were not even created by so-called black folks, right? The originators, the people that were part of the think tank, so to speak, for those organizations worked in hand. They were handlers, so to speak, of the ones that started the D9 organizations. The job of the Boule, right, those that come from these fraternities, are to protect their bosses. I'm trying to get this pulled up here, and I've already shown this before, but for somebody who's new,
So sometimes when you work for the Illuminati, you won't get paid because they got blackmail on you. But, you know, the blackmail part, you know, it was pretty fun anyway, so I can't really complain. It is what it is. Times when you work for the Illuminati, you won't get paid because they got blackmail on you. But, you know, the blackmail part, you know, it was pretty fun anyway, so I can't really complain. That's what it is. Times when you work for the Illuminati.
Here is the chart that I did not create, but this is important to keep in mind. Omega Psi Phi is the third one. As a reminder, this is the same organization that both Shaquille O'Neal and Stephen A. Smith are a part of. Right, you got the Rothschild family, you got the Oppenheimer, you got the Warburg, you got the Rockefeller, and the list goes on. The Bilderberg. All right. So I want to state that for the record. I am not a big fan of this guy. I do believe that while he spewing race and black people this and black power and black families and black businesses, his interest is to protect the wealthy white class, and that's a fact. That's a fact. And if I have enough time, I will prove that in this video. I will get to that later in this video. He is no different. But again, he and Officer Tatum are two wings of the same bird. Why am I...
So, have y'all ever heard of the Boule? The Boule is a black organization, but I'm in it. And now they are going to take white applicants that can do whatever they say. It don't matter what color you are no more. You can be in a Boule. Oh, have y'all ever heard of the Boule? The Boule, oh, have y'all ever heard of the Boule? The Boule is a black organization, but I'm in it. And now they are going to take white applicants that can do whatever they say. No matter what color you are no more. You can be in a Boule. Oh, have y'all ever heard of the Boule?
Someone is hot. I'm talking about D.L. Hughley because he had a back and forth with Officer Tatum, and I want to show you all something. He had a back and forth, and Officer Tatum hopped on Instagram. And I want to show you all what he said. All right? Here it is.
This is for D.L. Hughley and all the low vibration people that follow you.
Keep in mind that this man right here is a Christian. Keep in mind that Officer Tatum is a Christian. What does that mean? It does not mean that I expect him to be perfect. It does not mean that I expect him to be the most righteous man that's ever lived since Jesus Christ. No, that's not what I mean. You tell me when you watch this video, when you listen to the things that he's about to bring up, what he's about to say, you tell me if this is a man who is really a follower of Jesus Christ. If this is a man who really wants to be like Christ, who really routinely asks himself, what would Christ do? You tell me. Maybe it would make more sense if I show you all.
What is this? Which one we got here? James B. Right there. Right. Right. We moving and doing it, you know. Whoa, too far. Okay, fix this. See how far we are into it. 1 hour and 38 minutes. It's fresh. And it's only 6:30, 6:43. 1 hour and 38 minutes in. What does that mean? Let's see, how many hours can we do tonight? Let's see. Looks like we're going to do about... figure out. Let's see. Probably, let's see, we got an hour and 40 minutes.
Hughley said about him first. So D.L. Hughley on Officer...
Usually I'd be starting right now.
Let me see if I can find that video for you all really quick. Twitter's pretty good about that. So let me see if I can find it just really fast. Let's see. D.L. Hughley on Officer Tatum. Okay, here it is. So I'm not for sure exactly how this is going to shoot, but we'll at least get to hear some of what D.L. Hughley had to say about Officer Tatum. And then we'll see what Officer Tatum has to say in response.
Brandon Tatum is welcome in Mississippi when Big Crump and Al Sharpton are not, for the exact same reason that Stephen A. Smith is welcome at ESPN and Ryan Clark are not.
I'm welcome in Mississippi by who? Benjamin Crump spent a week there and did a press conference there. Who said he wasn't welcome? Who told him he couldn't be there? The government did it.
It's people having internet.
The state don't want people to read. The state don't want people to read. Mississippi, it's so racist in Mississippi, they don't want people to read out there.
Okay, that's something that...
Hello, you have a call at no expense to you from
Joshua Blocker,
an inmate at Bullock Correctional Facility. This call will be recorded and subject to monitoring at any time. Three-way calls are not allowed.
Yo. Yo. Yo, yo. Yo, 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 yo.
Yo.
What it do?
What it do? I'm Timmy. I got a bag, and I got a red bag, and like half a quarter of in my jar. I got some in my jar. It was like 2 more shots in my jar, and I got like 20 smokes, and I'm having a good store day. It's been good. I got everything handled, and I'm doing good.
You out in the yard?
Yeah, I'm in the smoke yard.
Right on. Yo.
Yeah, the birds, they're eating the bread. They cooked up eating the bread. They got the yard unlocked. I mean, these crows come over every once in a while. Or they come over a nice amount, but they don't go to the food but like twice a week. And they'll grab a big piece of bread and they fly off. They get out of there. Because there's too many sparrows over there. I like the crows though. I like the sparrows too. One of them came up the other day and came right to the fence, like 2 feet away from me, and it was chirping. It was chirping at me and looking right at me and chirping. And I went and got a piece of bread and threw it to him, and he flew over to the bread and got it.
Oh man, that dude talking to you, bro. He knows how to tell you.
Yeah, he came up and was chirping. He was giving some bread. And I was like, oh man, I got you.
He said, homeboy, I came to party. Where the bread? Why you looking at me? Go get the bread. Quit looking at me. Oh boy, I came to party. Where's the bread? Why you looking at me? That's funny.
You doing DoorDash?
Yeah, man. I'm having a visitation day. Have you ever heard of that?
Yeah, like Spirit City.
Yeah, they're watching me. The watchers are watching me. There's a whole bunch of them got kicked out of heaven into Georgia this day. Not last night, but during the day. They got kicked out of heaven, and they're watching me for sure, but they may be watching a lot of Jameses because but they're probably just mostly watching ministers. But it's because the first thing that happened to me, I got to Atlanta and I gotta run, and the first thing I did was I got a phone call from a guy named James, and I was talking to James, and I pulled up on Jim, and gave Jim a drink. So me and James was on the phone giving Jim a drink. Then I went to the next, and Jim means James. And so then I went to the next pickup, and it was James. And then the next pickup was James. In fact, the next one was JB, James B. So that's wild, huh?
Yeah, that's wild.
So that guy told me,
you guys out there tonight? That's cool.
Yeah.
God bless you.
Yeah, God bless the Jameses tonight. It's big time. Party time's what I call it. Hey, can you call me back in a few minutes?
Yeah, like how long?
10 minutes.
Okay, I love you.
Love you too. God bless you. Peace. Yo.
Hey, buddy.
What's up?
We gotta have you come back down here on Thursday.
Okay, yeah, I was already trying to, but I forgot to get the stuff today.
Oh, no, come on Thursday. It's Tuesday.
Yeah, I know.
Today.
I'm trying to come today, though.
Okay. Well, we got, I've only seen like a couple.
Okay.
But we haven't seen them in a month, but we saw them today. It was a couple.
Okay.
So,
yeah.
Just wanted
I just forgot to grab the bait. I meant to grab it, but Tina had to go to work really early. And had to get up. I got up late because she worked late, and then we had to get up and just. She got up like an hour before I did, but she went to bed an hour before I did.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah, I didn't have time. I didn't get it. I forgot.
That's cool. Yeah. If you can't, come on Thursday.
Right on.
Everything's good. Other than that, we're we're just hanging out. I took my guitar to the shop. Oh, what did? I'm stuffed.
Yeah.
Well, I took my guitar to the shop today, and should have it back in a couple of days to play on Sunday.
Dope.
Yeah.
Word of God in the highest.
So I've been practicing the song for this week.
So God told me that some watchers got kicked out of heaven today, and they were watching me. And listen to how he told me. This is how he told me. He had a guy say that he saw lightning just come straight down to the ground. And then a lady said, I seen the same thing. And then this is what happened after that. Jimmy called me. And then while I was on the phone with Jimmy, I ran up on Jim, the homeless dude, College Park, and gave him a drink. And then my first pickup was James. And then I went and dropped that pickup off, and I got another pickup, and it was James B. And then God said, so think about all that. What does all that mean? What am I telling you? And he said, I said, oh, visitation day. He says, yes, watchers are watching you. Not just regular visitation. You got a bunch of evil mother truckers watching you right now. Because, see, there's two kinds of watchers. The watchers are fallen angels that are kicked out of heaven. But the watchman on the wall is what me and you are.
Okay.
So we're watchmen on the wall, and they're watchers. And they don't like us. So.
But be careful, use wisdom.
I will tell you one more thing. Yeah, just pray and be nice. Don't fall out of character is the key. Don't get out of character.
That's what I'm saying. Use wisdom, be careful, be aware, you know.
The first James that I took to him, I talked to him. And I said, what's your name? He said, James Joseph Jones Jr.
Correct.
I said, what, brother? I said, we in the same family.
Yeah, we are. Sure.
And we got the same first name. But, yeah, anyway, I think you probably already been, I don't know, it probably starts tonight and goes through to tomorrow, more than likely. Because God's day starts at night. You know, God's day starts in the evening.
Yeah.
And it goes all the way to the next evening.
I will
not get out of
generally try to use wisdom in everything I do anyway. So.
Yeah, buddy. All right, well, I love you and God bless you.
Love you too, brother. I'll see you hopefully in a couple of days when you come down.
Yeah.
I'll talk to you tomorrow, so I'll call you when you wake up tomorrow. You call me. Okay?
Yeah. I'll see you
Love
Thursday.
you, man. Hope you have a good night. Be careful.
Yeah, I will.
And I ask in Jesus' name for your protection. In Jesus' name, amen.
Hallelujah. Thank you. God bless you also in the name of
Appreciate
Jesus
you,
Christ of
brother.
Nazareth.
Thank you,
With
brother.
wisdom and understanding. In Jesus' name we pray, amen. Peace.
Love you, girl.
Love
See you,
too.
man.
Yes, bye. So many. Watching.
Something else. There's another clip. Here it is. Okay. Bingo. Perfect. I was about to say I'll just summarize it for you all, but I found it. So we are in luck. Here, I'm about to share the
Blessed.
screen now, and we're going to get into
Blessed,
this.
not in luck. Luck means Lucifer.
All right. Let's
777 Lucky.
This is Brandon Tatum.
Y'all just see what unfunny ex-comedian D.L. Hewlett just said about me. Posted a picture of me and my wife. To do what? To be a racist? You are the lamest dude in all of comedy.
What is more lame than calling yourself the job you used to have? You're not an officer anymore. You were a football player who failed to be a football player. You didn't make the team, so you became an officer. That wasn't working out, so you became an influencer. You talked about emotion. What is more emotional than this? The word. You cried for a white dude.
Oh my gosh.
The people didn't even think you worthy to speak at his funeral. You said you wouldn't cry for your son, but you cried for him. That's not emotion. You talked of the way Benjamin Crump talks.
Just want to blame white folks. And so I go out there because I know that lame Al Sharpton and Mr. I can't read Benjamin Crump is just race hustling, y'all.
Like I said, two things can be true. I do believe that is Ben Crump's job, as I believe that it was Al Sharpton's, Jesse Jackson. And I broke this down, I believe, extensively in part of my P. Diddy series. And I also believe I broke this down to an extent, we touched on it just a little bit, in my Martin Luther King documentary, which I believe is one of the best documentaries I've ever dropped on this channel in the 6 years I've been on YouTube, right? We've extensively talked about the Boule. It's not a coincidence that all of these people are Boule. All of them, nobody finds that suspicious, of course, because these whistleblowers, right, who have taken oaths, that have broken the oaths and exposed what Boule is really about, what these fraternities really are about behind the scenes, they've let the cat out the bag. Ben Crump does struggle with reading. I hate listening to him talk. I do. Do I believe that everything that Ben Crump does is evil? No. I believe that if somebody was unjustifiably had their life taken, but what you all have to understand is that usually when we see two high-level people going at it, usually their role is to just try to take us from one point in society to the next society, right? So a change in order, right? Change through chaos. That's typically how it works, but I'm digressing.
You talked about how those boys are innocent. You had proof. Now, I don't know whether they're innocent or not.
See, that's what I'm saying. Very strange thing for Officer Tatum to say. You don't know that. And it just happened that most of his friends are white. What is it with you with that, bro? You didn't do that with Carmelo Anthony. How do you know for a fact that they're innocent? You don't want to wait to see and then speak up for them? That's very, very strange. Just like I've said with Roland Martin and Jesse Jackson and Al Sharpton, it's like, do y'all always think black people are innocent? Do y'all always think black people are the victim? Because when y'all make all this noise when a black person died at the hands of a white person, or potentially have died at the hands of a white person in the Nolan Wells case, we don't know if that's true or not yet. Y'all are holding press conferences. But when 65 people die in a week and a half period in Chicago, you say nothing. And half the murders go unsolved. You say nothing. So is it really about black life or no? Is it really about black life that was unjustifiably killed or no? Or is it only when it's at the hands of a white person so that you can keep this division going because that's your job as Boule? Which is it?
I don't know what happened there.
Where's the press conferences when all these gang wars are taking place in Chicago, St. Louis, LA, Detroit, Brooklyn, South Florida?
But I know one conversation with a failed football player and a social media influencer is not the predicate. You don't have any toxicology report. You don't have an autopsy report. You talked about black people acting a fool. Black people are right to be suspicious of a state that took 31 years and 3 trials to prosecute and find guilty the murder of Medgar Evers. Black.
Sir, I agree with that. That is one thing you have said so far I agree with. Absolutely.
People are right to be suspicious of a state that in 2005 found 215 black people that were dead and buried in a pauper's grave and nobody knew they were there.
Sir, you will be correct once again that I agree with.
I agree.
Black people are right to talk or to be suspicious of a state that just killed a 1-year-old boy and nobody's being brought to account of it.
Bro, what's on your teeth? Are those diamonds? Bro, do you have diamonds on all of your teeth?
Black people are right to be suspicious of a state that has been poisoning black people with the water since the 1960s.
Them diamonds.
Black people didn't look for this fight. They want justice. All they want is accountability. And if it's those boys, it should be that. Nobody has a predetermined notion. I don't know what happened. But if you're saying that that Al Sharpton and that Benjamin Crump are on one side, you're certainly on the other. You talk to them for 2 days and all of a sudden you know if they're guilty. You know if they're innocent. You know that. Your name is, your moniker is Officer Taylor, not Detective Taylor. You didn't make your way to detective. You're an influencer who says what white people want you to say. And don't you find it?
He says what white conservatives want him to say. Right? And that's something I spoke to early on. I used to think that also. I was like, oh, they're about truth. And I was like, wait, they never say anything that's, anytime they talk about the white community, it's only about white liberals. There's nothing wrong with the white conservative movement. Or the conservative
Nate H says, meet at door, Suite 209. When you come up the hill, make the second right and come down a little. You going to see a bit.
It's about just stating the truth. What's wrong with society? Talk about everything. But I noticed that each side has their double standards. They never do it.
How y'all doing?
None of you people are trying to
chilling.
I think all of you people.
Yeah, I got some DoorDash or Uber Eats to 209.
You all have sponsors and funders. Right?
It's Nate.
Why is it the only time
Nate
you think about
H.
the white community
Nate.
as a group?
N-E-Y.
You think about white liberals.
H.
But whenever you
N-E-Y.
talk about the so-called black community, it's black.
Let's see what's up. There's some good food too. Sauced up. You ever heard of that? Sauced up. All right, God bless you. Thank you. That's right. Sauced up. Told him. I told him. That's funny. There you go. What? That's funny. Is what it is.
Right. I mentioned Candace
Going
earlier.
to work for the snake.
And Candace Owens has since admitted that
going to work
she
for the
believes at one
snake.
point in her
Do it,
life
bro.
That I believe she said she had handlers.
Grandpa
and
used to
Charlie
do
Kirk
it.
had handlers as well.
Daddy
But what I
got you
find a bit
out, but he
suspicious
kind of went
about that
back.
is, listen, a lot of people are going to believe
Right
that.
here in
I'm
this
not one of those
neighborhood,
people.
huh?
I think Candace Owens is far too intelligent.
Close.
For her to believe for the first time that all of a sudden, what she believes for the first time now, that she had handlers, and she didn't realize it at the time.
Caribbean,
Find it hard to believe. Part of the reason is because, think about it this way: if you're a Daily Wire, and you're being objective, and you're not just thinking about the fact that you like Candace or you like the things that she says, I tend to agree.
Hello, you have a call at no expense to you from
Joshua Blocker.
an inmate at Bullock Correctional Facility. To accept this call, press 5. To refuse this call, hang. This call will be recorded and subject to monitoring.
So what I'd like to say at this time is Hashi Yatiki Bokoya Haniyati Ayashi Hayani Yashiyaha Hayani Yashi Hayani Yashiyahani.
Any mobile app. It could lead.
Oh, Yoshiki Kibokoya Shikiya.
For using IC Solutions. You may begin speaking now.
What up, bro?
Chilling. Chilling.
Yeah, the watchers.
Yeah. Everything's chill. See what happens. But just chilling, driving, finna drive. Looking at the Piedmont Hospital. Wondering what Piedmont means. Why do you use that name? Because it's not a good hospital.
Was that the hospital I was at?
You were at Georgia Baptist. That's what they called it. It might be part of the Piedmont thing. But
yeah,
they did a good job.
Man.
They kept me alive.
Yeah. How many blood transfusions did I have?
You had 5 liters.
5 liters.
Yeah.
Dang, I was bleeding out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw those chunks and I was like, and the first thing that the spirit said beside me said, "You're not gonna die." And I was like, okay. I still had a heart attack, came back, but he was talking about the end. That was weird. I puked up straight chunks. I don't know what the chunks were of. It was chunks of blood.
Hey.
It was crazy looking.
Yeah. Devil trying to get you. Devil trying to get you. Hey.
He didn't give me that.
No, he didn't. God wouldn't let him.
Yeah. And that's what I was in there for a week in the
11
ICU.
days.
Yeah. I was in the 11 days in the ICU. Yeah.
I think so.
But I remember some of it, and all I wanted was water. That's all I wanted was some ice water. I didn't ask for snacks or nothing. I mean, I was out of it. Because, I mean, you know, they got the little sherbet ice creams. I could have got all kind of stuff. But I just said, I want some water. Will you please bring me some water? And he's like, he's like, nah, I can't get you water or something. And he's like, all right, I can get you some water, but I'm not going to get you water back to back to back. And I was like, okay. You know, I tried to break open one of those cushions. But I knew they had water in it. And then something said, do not drink that. And I was like, okay, I'll quit feeling at it. And they said, what are you doing? And they looked at it and they were like, oh my God. I said, I want some water. And they gave me ice water and it was so good. And that's all I wanted for a week was ice water. And then he came and said, you know how long you been here? And I said, I guess like 7 days. I said a week. And he said, okay, that's pretty good. All right, well, we're going to take you upstairs. And then I went upstairs and then I had coffee and I got back to normal. It was crazy, man.
Yeah. That was crazy. And then COVID hit.
It was crazy, but I was
the day that happened.
I was really high, though. They had some really good medicine.
The day that you had the heart attack is the same day they closed down the whole country for COVID. It's crazy, huh? March the 3rd, 2020. It's wild. fixing to, you doing a receipt?
Did I see you? I'm going to need my man. I got something to go home to anyway. You feel me? That's all. Just break outside it when you feel it. And you think you got to be afraid. That's just the really shit. Don't fuck that.
Yeah, I'm happy. Yeah, I'm talking to you, bro. All is well. You still there?
You know, make a boy. You know, make a boy. Yeah, I don't know about the years. Yeah. But I really, what you got here? What thought I was like a big one? I was like that. I think you need to get right because I ain't know me. I don't know if this nigga on man trying to get these kids. I'm gonna try to get right when we out to use the 60 cents. They ride me right, make you get in. It's easy. Nigga just turned out, nigga too bad, nigga had these super holes. See him? Nigga, I'm gonna let nigga. I just don't talk to them. I'm just driving one, and you gotta get out, put him on the phone with a hole. I don't know about one side of the motor up. Yeah.
You still there, bro?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, cool. Alright. People said, what up? Okay.
Yep. Here we go.
I can't do it. Got my beard long. I mean, everybody you said, I just feel like I'm being. Yeah, you know, man. I'm on my mind. Oh, I ain't thinking that. I just say, look, you look, you always know. You know, favorite. No,
Everything's going good. I just ate a whole pack of the grilled cheese Captain's wafers. Here for you all.
Remaining.
Alright, bro. We got 1 minute remaining.
Okay.
Yeah?
Yeah. All right. Call me back a little bit.
Remaining.
Come back about an hour.
God bless you.
Okay, love you too. God bless you too.
Love you.
Peace.
Peace.
Bye. Love you. Peace.
She talks about, or a lot of things she talks about, but that doesn't remove my ability to think. I'm a logical person. At some point, even if you're a self-proclaimed conservative, you're about truth, you're about holding the black community accountable, which I support, by the way. At some point, you got to feel a little weird when you look around and you got Matt Walsh, you got Ben Shapiro, you have these other characters, Michael Knowles, right, and the crew. And all of their videos are either about Democrats, white liberals, or black people, or the black community. I don't mind anybody, let alone white conservatives, holding any of those three categories accountable. Absolutely, you should do it. I don't mind. Why is that mostly all you talk about? Matt Walsh, how many videos are you going to make about, here's the real story about Emmett Till? Huh? Why do you care so much about that? Here's the real truth about slavery that they don't teach you. It's like he's trying to, what's your agenda here, Matt Walsh? Because he'll tell you, I just want the truth out there. No, you don't. It's something about the black community you're obsessed with. I don't mind you speaking about it. Why don't you talk about everything in history? What is it with that?
So he had to pay everybody. He had to pay $140,000. And he broke the system. Yeah, he broke the system. And it's... Bobby got it. Bless this to the nourishment of my body. Bless this drink to the nourishment of my body. Bless this straw to the nourishment of my body. My body to your service. Hashabashi yaha. Hashabaha yaha. Habayahashi. Habayahashi yahanithi i yaha. Ooya kahaya nathi. Yaha. Yahanithi. Yahani yathi ishiki yabaha.
So if I'm Candace over there, I'm looking like, you seem to have this unhealthy infatuation with dissecting every issue and flaw of the so-called black community. Why aren't you doing it with your community too? Simon, and it's not just liberals, buddy. White liberals are not the only issues and corrupted individuals and deranged individuals in your community. Why aren't you making full-blown documentaries dedicated to white conservatives? Why aren't you doing that? I thought you were about objectivity. It is true. You're not. You have an agenda just like these liberals and these progressives have agendas. I've already admitted multiple times on this channel, I'm going to admit again, I know from working in corporate America, I know for a fact, I can't tell you all of them, I can tell you that most of them do. I know for a fact that some so-called black people in corporate America, they don't like white people at all. And they work with them. I had one of them tell me, if it was up to them, none of them would be in this country or none of them would be alive, something like that. I was like, even such and such? She was like, yes, including the people I work with. And I was like, she told me that. She freaking told me that. This person was much older than me, by the way, about 10, 15 years. She told me that. I was like, whoa. Whoa. That's a wild thing to say. And I would go on to understand that, like, she's not the only person that disliked the entire group of white people. Not just white people. With that said, I also know that white liberals are some of the fakest, which is why I appreciate white conservatives a little bit more, because they're a little bit more honest. They're a little bit more raw. They're a little bit more straightforward. White liberals, many of them are just as racist. They are liberal, they are progressive, right? They are Marxist, not because they care about so-called black folks. They care about the quote-unquote progression of society. No. They just gay. They care about the LGBTQ community. And it just so happened that in order to fight for that community, they've already attached the black community. But they've attached the LGBTQ movement to the black community, or the black movement. Progression of the black community, right? That's really who they're for. Or they're for women's rights. What do they really mean by that? What rights do women not have that men have? Right? What they mean is the right to unalive my baby if I choose to. If I don't want it, it's not a baby, it's a fetus. Literally, it's a human fetus, still nonetheless. Don't matter. If I don't want it, it's not a human life. But if I want it and I'm pregnant and you accidentally unalive it, you should go to prison. How'd that work? That's not consistent logic. Is it a human life or not? Clearly it is. Really what they're for are women's rights to unalive their babies in the womb. They're not for so-called black people. They're just as racist as some of the people they're accusing of being racist on the right, right? But I digress.
Interesting that they chose to speak to you, and they chose to speak to you for the same reason that you're a conservative, for the same reason Turning Point did, because you're safe. They know you're a black man who will do what he's told. You're an unremarkable black man who they know they can count on to be obedient. They pick you for the same reason they picked others. What is very interesting to me is this is Nancy Grace.
I'm left to believe that he goes out swimming all on his own, and the friend girl leaves, the mates from school leave, everybody just leaves him out in the water and he dies.
Right.
Now, Nancy Grace is a career prosecutor. She has tried 100 felony trials, 100, and not lost one. And she thinks that's something suspicious. But the social media influencer who failed at football and was a mediocre cop all of a sudden knows more than that. I don't know what happened. You don't know what happened. But I do know this. You said that a young woman with a pot of water acted so suspiciously that she should be shot by cops.
Oh my gosh, bro, I did not know you could go there. Man, it just struck so much anxiety through my body hearing that. So what he was talking about is the Sonia Massey case from 2024. And again, I've covered that extensively on this channel. One of the most disgusting videos I've ever, it's bringing tears to my eyes, bro, in this very moment. One of the most infuriating moments I've ever seen from anybody, because that's one of those moments I want to get to you. Not to hurt you. 100%. You're an officer. You may get a bit. You may get the best of it. I just want to get to you and just have a conversation with you on camera for everybody to see. And I often said about, by the way, I don't know if I ever told you all this. He actually saw my video from like 2 years ago and hopped in the comment section on YouTube and said that I was ignorant and didn't know what I was talking about. The unaliving of Sonya Massey was just, if y'all go and watch that video, craziest thing in the world. Police officers coming into this woman's house.
Okay, I remember that.
She called them because she was in fear that somebody was outside her house. This woman clearly has some sort of mental disorder, but not in a sense where she's attacking people. She's a threat to anybody. She's very sweet, very nice. Even told the officers, "I love you." On body cam footage on the front porch, she told them, "Please don't hurt me, I love you." Officers pretended that they didn't hear her say that. Go into her house. The officer helped himself into her house. She didn't invite him in. He asked her.
Yo.
Hi. I got a guy on the phone you can vouch for me. I promise this. That's where I've been the whole time.
What?
Hello?
What now?
Hey. I'm with an officer, Jake.
Jake Tatum.
I don't smoke weed anymore. I told him I don't smoke weed anymore. This isn't mine. And he's telling me he's gonna
Let me talk to him. Let me talk to him.
Okay.
Let me talk to him.
Okay.
Hey.
All right, here he is.
Hey, brother.
Right here.
Hey, brother. This is a white man in a black man's body. Let him go, brother.
Let him go, brother.
Yeah, that was a good one, wasn't it? That was a good one. This is a white man in a black man's body. Actually, he's lesbian, too.
You got a lot going on.
Oh, my gosh. Just let him go. He's had enough.
Hey, question. This is for real. So I'm supposed to DJ tomorrow, and I've been working a lot. I could get stuck on these jobs. I could work all night tonight, but then I'd have to leave and rush to get to the gig. Or should I get my stuff packed tonight and leave for tomorrow?
Pack your stuff. If you got time, go ahead and get ready. And then you can do whatever you want when the time comes, but you already be ready no matter what. How about that?
Yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah, just pack your stuff, get ready if you can. I mean, if you're not tired, then leave. You know, when it's time.
No, I'm leaving tonight. Like, I worked till 3 a.m. last night. So I'm like, yo, I'm not going to work all night tonight and then try to leave. Like, I got to go now.
Yeah, you might as well go now. You might as well go, bro.
They're dropping jobs and I can get paid, but...
Yeah, but, you need to go. You need to go ahead and go now. And, you get more jobs when you get back. It's time to go. Time to go now.
Damn.
Hey, there's the Masonic Lodge. Hey, brothers!
Man, I got
Ryan's brothers.
I got a dilemma.
What's that?
I kind of like that white bitch.
Oh, boy.
I like her.
Weird.
Yeah.
You got you a honey pot.
What's that mean?
I mean, you got you a lady that works for the mafia.
Oh, yeah.
They know how to do it.
Oh, yeah.
They know how to pull you in because that's their job. She's probably on assignment.
Keep him away from Frankie Freeman.
Frankie's got her own mafia. She is her own mafia.
Oh, man, you want to hear something weird? It made me cry. She did a piece of all her trauma and everything. She made
Yeah. Yeah. That's crazy, bro. Not too weird. I mean, it's weird, but it's a way to get it off of you. It's just to go through it.
And so when I watched it, I was sad. But then I was like, yo, it almost looks aggressive, like you're battling me. But she was saying, no, I wasn't battling you. I was trying to show you, I'm still going to do it. Like, I'm still going to do this shit. I'm not about to quit. I'm still going to do it. So that made me sad.
What was the very end? You watched the show? How did you watch that show?
No, I wasn't. She sent me a video.
Right.
The very end was everybody appeared and all of this stuff. Yeah, I don't know. It's cool.
Yeah. It's gonna be fun.
Yeah. I gotta let it go. I didn't realize that kind of stuff. Anytime you do that, music knows stuff. I ain't been around for a couple months. But it's problem when you put these niggas on the car, just
But see, that's the thing about you. From where you came from, nobody's come from where you came from as being a drummer in a church. So you know music better than all them because you've been doing music since you was a little kid. They haven't been doing that stuff. They didn't even, most of them don't even do music. You know, you made your own concert with not even any kind of music I ever even heard of. Like, remember you did your own show at bars and they wanted to give you the 70-30 deal, 30-70, whichever.
Oh, yeah.
You made a whole show by yourself with music nobody even ever, they don't even have a genre for it yet.
Oh,
I don't even know what it was. I was like, what is this? I don't know. It's cool. I like it. But how did you come up with this? How did you come up with this concept? I don't even understand. That's why they don't know what you know. There's no way. There's no way they can know. They haven't been doing music since they was a little kid.
I didn't do shit with it, bro. I'm still playing it.
That's because you didn't take the Illuminati deal that they gave you. Thank you, God. I'm glad you didn't. So, but if you did, man, I wouldn't even know who you are anymore at that point. Once you took that, after a couple years of doing the stuff that they gonna make you do, you would not even be the same person.
You know, in the last couple of months or so, I've had like coffee. Even today, I keep reaching out like, yo, man, you know, you could really be making music and stuff like that. And beats with it, you know. He's just, I don't know, I guess because I keep feels up, now he can kick with me. Now he can talk to me and say, I want to collaborate. I mean, we're always going to collaborate, but now he wants to collaborate with it. Doing some clutch shit. I'm like, yeah, man, I've been waiting for y'all niggas to stop competing with me. I'm down. I put y'all niggas on all my shit. That's word. You know?
Yeah.
But I just have to realize, like, you know, some people, you know, they gotta be up on you to feel like they can work with you. But I feel the opposite. I'm trying to work with the best niggas and not do no work. That's for real.
Yeah, I'm trying to find somebody who won't steal your ideas, right?
Yeah. Even like when I reposted Winner Takes the Class, when I got back and I was like, wait a minute, it's not first in the day. What the fuck? It's crazy. No. I didn't like that.
253.
But I'm learning, man. I'm learning how not to be so reactive. Like the other day, I saw somebody post out hip-hop battles, hip-hop songs, and
Are you staying for the whole weekend?
I don't know. I thought about it.
Can they get you some work here while you're here? Can you do it for your business?
Oh, like DJ-wise?
Nah, well, DJ or whatever, you know. Can you make some money while you're here? Well, whatever works, right? So you can stay afloat. Hello. How are you? Awesome. I like your name. Thank you. Aisha. Aisha? Aisha. Okay, cool. Because Jesus' name is Ishai. So so it's kind of the same. Yeah. All right, God bless you.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you. All right, here we go.
I'm putting myself out there, you know. Remember when you go down all the time and you put yourself out there, you know. That's just really fun. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about, but you're like giving people the opportunity to judge whatever you got going on.
Yeah. Yeah, I get that. Hallelujah. Jesus just told me something. I don't know if I'm allowed to tell anybody. But in the Bible it says he's going to come back. And when he comes back, he's going to have his name written on his thigh. And somewhere else. But the name, God just told me the name is Ishai. Because it's only in the Bible like once. And it says, where it says this name, that name, it says, they will no more call me Baali, which is like Lord, but they shall call me Ishai. So that's what the name is going to have written on his thigh. Which is weird. I was like, we're going to be able to see your thigh? I mean, that's kind of cool. You know, I wouldn't think you'd be wearing shorts, but hey, whatever.
Yeah, I gotta figure out exactly what I'm gonna play tomorrow. I might do that and at least figure it out, or at least figure it out on the way. I gotta figure out what am I gonna play.
So you on the way right now, or are you going to get your stuff ready?
I'm on the way back from. So I'm working in. I was working in Lafayette. And I'm on the way back. And I gotta go get my stuff.
Word up.
Yeah.
What was the name of that place? Massier?
Yeah.
Massier? Never heard of that before that I know of. Habassier. That's definitely different right there, ain't it?
I prefer with you gotta have right now at this moment I'm working in Lafayette.
Lafayette, okay, I've been there.
Yeah, they got
it's a little city.
Thing out here. They do a thing called lake hockey down here. It's really weird. I'm seeing some differences in Atlanta because we have a different way of being. Atlanta's starting to be real professional. But if you come out this way, this girl got people coming to her house, selling plates out of the house. She got $30 off. I got 2 plates. I got earlier and I got some now. I'm like, this is better than anything I can find right now. This is banging. So today she made rice and meatballs. She be having a menu every day or something else.
Wow. That's dope.
Yeah, but a lot of people do that.
Well, they do it here too. I go to their houses and pick up stuff. I know where they live.
Oh, word?
Yeah. There's like there's a couple of them in Douglasville. Let's see. There's a beauty supply out of a basement in Dallas.
No. What I'm saying is, when you go there, are there regular people that just come to their house?
Yeah, you get to their house, they're just regular. Like, sometimes they're asleep and they wake up cook a bunch of food and give it to me and I'll take it to somebody. Like wings. They wake up and cook wings and stuff. Jamaican, especially. Jerk wings. Because not everybody can do jerk right. So if you can do jerk right, you'll make money here.
No, but that's the difference. So, we see that professionalism in the business. She's got to have her shit together to have a ghost kitchen. You know?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, you're right.
She probably has an LLC for the ghost kitchen, you know?
Yeah, and she's got a, more than likely they inspect her house, you know?
Yeah, so what I noticed out here is they don't care about business. They're good on, I think I've been learning a lot of eye contact out here. I know about eye contact. I know how to be wherever I'm at. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But people are pretty faced up here. I haven't had any disingenuous interview. If you don't like me, you don't like me. If you don't want to get close, you're not going to stay close. They're legit. So, you know, culturally, just look at how they move. It's different. In Atlanta, everybody's about business right now. It's about business.
That's true.
Yeah.
It is very professional.
I never.
Right.
Huh?
It is very professional. You are correct.
You got to be on point. Like what I'm doing, it's kind of showing me I need to get on my business. Yeah, I can go make up an idea. I've been making ideas. I'm manifesting ideas. I say I want to do this and I can do it. But necessarily, I'm not gaining anything from doing it. If I had my shit together on paper, then all things would be dry.
True.
You know?
Yeah. I'm trying to get my business back.
No, even you saying that, there's a guy out here who's the bug man, and it just goes spray your house. You know? There's also professionals. But, yo, that it's pretty cool to see these niggas, like, she lives in the hood, bro, and I was at her house working, and she'll post a mail on Facebook, and people will just come to the house.
Wow.
Like,
that is trippy, ain't it?
yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's some weirdo shit. Like, I had to come back and get a doorbell for her. But the bill I took when I left was so good, I wanted to eat it, taste it again. I'm full, but I just wanted to taste it again. Right. And this nigga pulled up to the house and said, yeah, let me get one of those. Just set it up for me on the table. While I'm working, nigga. Fuck going to the stress. That nigga went to her house and sat down at the table.
He ate in her house?
He ate in the crib, bro. They were like family or pretty close, but yeah. My nigga's a cousin.
He's like a cousin or a nephew or something.
Yo, she's dope. She's just dope.
Yeah.
She's the shit. Even when I did her cousin's house on accident. I went to another house they don't even know. And I was bragging about the lady who played lunch. Oh yeah, he makes play lunch. And so I'm like, oh yeah, man. What was her name? I don't even know. After we were talking, it was like Loretta. She said, ain't that your cousin, Loretta? No. My cousin is Loretta Walker. I said Loretta Steiner. And then she said, no, Loretta. And I was like, oh shit, you went to Loretta now? Oh yeah, she OP, man. She's on, bro. I guess she used to cook with a whole bunch of old people. And so she keeps it up.
Wow.
She's in her 50s. So she's probably like late 50s, 60s, you know? Probably my mom's age. Just a cool ass motherfucker listening to old school like hip hop and shit radio where it's like some hip hop shit.
They gotta cook a lot of food, don't they?
Huh?
They cook a lot of food, like for 50 people or something.
I mean, yo, I said, how many plates? I probably do about 30 plates. How many plates is $4?
That's what Tina needs to do. Tina cooks so freaking good. It's unbelievable. So, she needs to do that. I'm a cook too.
Yeah, niggas is really coming up, bro. I said, what the fuck? Crazy.
Yeah, that's wild.
Yeah, it's a whole different way of life, those people, you know? I haven't really been to the city, unless I just been going to work, and like, and the people are so stimulated, it's crazy. Not in a weird, you know what I mean? Like, everybody speaks with a different accent and everything, man. I don't even know where I'm at. I've been learning about, you know about Cajun? I just found out about Cajun. Why don't they talk about Cajun? Because they gotta be the original whites, bro. They're called Cajun? Come on.
The original what?
Original white. So, like, they're called Cajun. Cajun?
Yeah, I ain't even heard all this stuff you talking about.
Cajun. So the Cajuns that settled in Lafayette, you know?
Yeah.
That's where the original, like, that's where the white people settled when they came here. Or at least their people. Whoever these Cajuns are, they come from Acadia or something.
Oh, I know where that is. That's just north of Israel. Arcadia. Yeah, that's where the yeah, they play games, right? Arcade.
That's the original. That's like the original people of Louisiana.
Wow, I didn't know that. They're ancient.
Yeah. That would say, you know, I was like, damn, why don't they talk about Cajun? You know, they don't even mention Cajun in modern shit, but that would change a lot of shit.
Because they're so old. Because that society is so much older than anything we ever talk about. It's like one of the it's one of the first tribes that broke away from what's the name of the place? Hold on, Samaria. The ancient Sumerians, when in Babylonia, when God changed the languages, they were one of the first tribes. One of the 70 tribes is what it is. Arcadians. They had the first language. The very first language was Arcadian. Besides the Sanskrit language. So it was one of the first languages. 70 languages as there was. When the languages split, they split to 70 languages and 70 different nations. So they're one of the first 70 nations ever. So the Arcadians are white people? No? Yes. Oh. It's gonna be sex everywhere. It's already sex everywhere. The spirit of sex is everywhere because you can watch porn in the bathroom of a Walmart. But soon, that's the spirit. But soon there'll be the manifestation of that spirit at the Walmart. And people gonna have sex at the Walmart and get their credit score better. Because it's the system of the beast. So once that system is is that the right word? Implemented? Mm-hmm. Yeah, once that happens, then there'll be sex everywhere. Because sex magic is gonna be the biggest thing. Because that's the biggest thing that makes God have to look away. So he doesn't look, he can't watch that. So once it's implemented where sex will make your credit better, then the Holy Ghost will leave. The Holy Ghost is like, I can't stay any longer. I've been here too long already. I'm leaving. And then the rapture will happen. There might be 3 raptures, is my opinion. I think there's 3 raptures. I think there's one rapture at the beginning of the tribulation, one in the middle, and one at the end. But then there'll be people left also after the rapture. Like me, I'm not going. God told me, you're not in the rapture. You got to work. You're going to be down here watching. But he didn't say I was going to get my head cut off, so that's cool. But I mean, even if I did, it is what it is. That ain't the worst way to go. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Worst ways to go than just instantaneous. That's better than some ways. But all he told me was I'll be here till 2062. I'll be here till I'm 95. He told me 1 or 2 dates. He's like, there's 2 dates. April 23rd or December 18th. That's the 2 dates. He didn't tell me the exact date that I'd be leaving, but he did say that I'll give you 2 dates. And one of these dates is the day you'll be leaving. But he didn't tell me which one. But interesting that he did tell me 18th is like one of the biggest days, and the 18th of December is one of the biggest days for my being as a human, not necessarily as a sentient being, but as a material soul, material being with a soul. But everything has a soul. Trees have souls. Everything that's alive has a soul. But human souls are different than other kinds of souls. Like a plant soul is different than a human soul. An animal soul is different than a human soul. Even though you can be an animal. I'm back. Hallelujah. Weird. Let's see now. Okay. Alright. Dopeness. Hello. What's up? What are we doing? Okay, turn this thing off. Get out of here. The right way out? How do we get out of here? How do I get out of here? I do not know. Turn on GPS. What you gonna do? You gotta make some calls? What do you gotta, who you gotta call?
In 400 feet, turn right onto Wagoner Run. Turn right onto Wagoner Run. Then at the next stop sign, you'll turn right.
Yeah, I've been here before.
I should go.
Bye, if you're tired, take a nap. Why don't you go load everything
At
up
the
and then
stop
see how you
sign,
feel.
turn right onto Rex Road.
Yeah, you got a phone.
Go load everything up and then see what you...
I mean, it's gonna be a lot. If I get up, bro, I'm leaving. I think I'm gonna leave.
Yeah.
I'm weighing it out. It's a 7-hour drive. If I get on the road right now,
Yeah.
I'm not gonna get home until. I'm not gonna get back there until. Okay. Let's look.
You'll be here about 4 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
But you might end up taking a nap on the way. So you might not get here till tomorrow sometime. But you might as well load everything up now. And then if you feel like, if you're not tired, which you won't be, after you load everything up, you'll be ready to go. Then you just dip, you know? Get you a couple energy drinks and drive.
Isn't that weird though with the whole voodoo doll thing?
Very weird, bro.
What do you think that could be?
I wanted to ask you, what was the last thing that happened with the doll?
She battled me, it looked like, or she was demonstrating. She did like my moves at me, at the doll.
And then, then it was over?
Mm-hmm.
What was the end?
Everybody yelling at her.
Everybody in the audience yelling at her?
Oh, no, she waved a gay flag. It was crazy.
So she said you
gay
turned
flag
her
waving
gay.
in the background.
She said you turned her gay.
But at the same time, I'll be real, you know, that group of girls is gay. So all those girls want to, like, you know, express themselves. So she just lets everybody do whatever they want.
In half a mile, turn left onto Mount Zion Boulevard.
But no, she's not on that.
I don't think so.
But I was just funny. Yeah, but basically it was just chaos, honestly.
Spirit of chaos.
Yeah.
Wild.
Yeah. Like, it was... Oh, so it was like... So she was dancing with me. That's what was weird. So she gets the doll.
She what the doll? She did what?
At the light, turn left onto Mount Zion Boulevard.
So she was dancing with this doll. I don't know. I guess I gotta listen to the song. That was my homework. She brings this mannequin out with my shirt and some shorts and a hat I gave her.
Where'd she get your clothes?
Because I gave them to her. Then I do a backspin. She does a backspin. Then she puts me over in the corner. And this nigga is calling me. I'll call him back. She puts him in the corner. And then she puts him down, and then she points at him, walks backwards, starts doing moves, footwork, some really good footwork. Spin up, spin down, takes the hat that fell off the mannequin, and then kind of blows a kiss at it, but then kicks it away.
I love you, but I hate you.
And now she's fighting with all of these girls. All these girls walk up to her in a circle. Now she's fighting with all of them. I don't know what that's supposed to represent, but I guess it's supposed to represent all of her friendships and stuff that have been going south and having arguments. But it looked as if I had hella bitches. I'm looking at it. I'm like, it's left to interpretation, so you can make whatever you want out of it, which is a little nefarious to me. Where, like, you know, if, you know, I was talking about you when I left everything up, I said into interpretation, you know? Yeah. That'd be kind of weird, right?
Yeah.
Anyway. So all these girls are fighting with her. And then, but I guess, and then she did some head spins. Then she throws the hat at me, at the doll. And then she's still dancing. and she does a kipple and stands up, and then she does some Zulu spins, and all the people fall down. And so yeah, I don't know.
The doll's still in the
I
corner.
want, yeah. And now she's cleaning up. All right. Well, that's crazy. I don't know.
Yeah. You still love her, though. Sure. She still loves you for sure, but it's just, I don't know if y'all can get over all this stuff. I don't know if she can get over it. You might not be able to get over some things, too.
I can't. I don't know what to say.
Yeah. Well, I suggest if you're gonna see Frankie, don't see the other girl. Don't go see Frankie at all if you're gonna go see the other girl, because that's gonna make her have more grudge towards you. She'll know, you know, she knows. If you go see the other girl, she knows.
Hmm.
Why do you need her ID? She called you out. You looked around her house. You didn't find anybody. You saw that her car windows were busted out, right? And you were getting ready to leave. You turn around and decide to go in the house and ask for her ID. She sits on the couch going through her purse looking for her ID for you. She's speaking with you. She's having a conversation with you. At one point, she gets up to go into her kitchen to turn off her boiling hot water. The kitchen is on the other end of the room. There's the police officer standing in the living room by the front door, not even remotely close to this woman. She didn't get the pot and walk back into the living room. She stayed in the kitchen at the sink. Police officer gets threatened. Huh? What are you threatened of? Pulls his weapon and says, I'll shoot the SHIT out of you if you throw that on me. And she's like, please don't shoot him. She's not trying to attack him. She's not cursing him. And where she made the mistake was when she said, I rebuke you in the name of Jesus Christ. And that must have struck some demon in him. He shot that woman like 4 times. What are we talking about, dog? Officer Tatum that was justified. So let's see what Officer Tatum had to say in return. We heard what D.L. Hughley had to say for the most part. Now we're going to hear what Officer Tatum, the Christian, the follower of Christ, the person who's held to a different standard than D.L. Hughley, who I do not believe is a believer, right? Let's see what he had to say. The Christian.
This is for D.L. Hughley and all the low vibration people that follow you. First and foremost, bro, you don't want to talk trash to me. You don't want to get into a personal debate or argument with me. You need to just stick to politics, bro. Quit being a softie because you cannot debate me and win whatsoever. But let's start with some personal things that I think you wouldn't want people to talk about with you. And I don't know why you're saying stuff and you live in a glass house. You talking about my wife. How about let's talk about your wife who you cheated on? And let's talk about the fact that you're not even man enough to stand up and protect your daughter after another young man abused her. She told you about it and you didn't do nothing because you soft.
Crazy. I don't know the full details of that. I don't know if that's actually what happened. But to behave and to conducting yourself, you're supposed to hold yourself to a different standard. This is you stooping down to his level. This is showing that it's nothing to get you to stoop down to your level. You're doing this off a guilty conscience, bro. You're upset because what you're doing, everybody sees what you're doing, despite some of these weird comments here. Right?
You ain't a real man. And then you go and have a baby out of wedlock and you can't even be there for your son.
Gossiping. This is gossip. This is straight gossip. Let me get on here and just air out your dirty laundry. Yeah. Let me just remind people why you're a bad person.
If you fail your son, he dies. But literally get your son killed by not getting him ready for a woman who'll see him that way. Like everybody tells you, put your hands on the wheel or stay away from this or don't do this. Black boys don't get that kind of hurt. And you know it.
Don't talk. And real quick, I wish I can go back there. Something else I want to just share for the record, and I've spoken about this, I believe, on Patreon before. Those of you that watch my much deeper content, whenever you see these comedians and entertainers get on stage and they wear all black, which, by the way, ironically, I'm in all black right now too. That's kind of funny. That's just by happy stance. Typically, I'm in gray sweats, but I'm also not in the entertainment industry. I'm also not some high-level influencer. Typically, when you see these entertainers, comedians, like just off memory, Kevin Hart comes to mind. He does it a lot. And if you don't believe me, just Google it right now. Kevin Hart does this often in most of his stand-ups. I believe comedian Dave Chappelle is typically like this. D.L. Hughley is another one who gets up there and they perform in all black. That is because witches typically perform in all black, allegedly. What do I mean by that? Because they believe in something called white and black magic. What does that mean? When they wear all black, they believe. I'm not saying this is my belief. This is what they that when they dress in all black, this is them conjuring spirits, right? Conjuring some sort of quote-unquote magic from within. That is what it's meant in their occultic world, right? When they wear all black. It is when they wear all white. It is when they wear all white that they are conjuring some sort of spirits or some sort of magic from external, right? From outside of themselves. Black means they're drawing from within. All white means that they're drawing from without. Which which will explain the all-white parties that P. Diddy was performing, and also you have, I forget his name, they have the all-white parties with all the celebrities, but we'll get into that because that's actually a video I'm working on right now that I plan to have out tomorrow or tomorrow or the next day. Anyways, you're gonna notice that with D.L. Hughley, he was in all black. So, yeah.
To me, a man who is here for my family. I take care of my kids. I take care of my mama who's black. I take care and support my niece and nephews. I support my cousin in prison through Securus. I'm a real black man doing real stuff. Y'all fake and projecting. And then you want to talk about being me in law enforcement or the fact that I failed the team. Dude, I played college football. I didn't make it to the NFL. Good. I'm glad I don't have CTE. And I became a police officer because it's honorable to do that. You will never in your life put your life on the line for black people. You won't. You will talk. You'll be in the booth. You'll tell jokes about black people, but you ain't never gonna put your life on the line for black people like I did. I had an honorable career. I was a PIO. I was a field training officer. I teach new officers how to be officers. I was on the SWAT team.
And if that's what you truly did, for the amount of time that you couldn't have done it, and if that's the reason you did, that is to say, if you actually patrolled in black neighborhoods, then I do appreciate your service. Regardless of how I disagree with you, I do appreciate that.
I'm a man of God. I understand when God is telling me I need to do something different, and I became a political commentary, and I'm more successful than you are. And you've been doing it since I was a kid, and now look at you. You need to hang it up, passing out on stage as a failed comedian.
That's crazy. Like, saying that serves what purpose, Officer Taylor? As a follower of Christ, teasing him for almost dying or fainting on stage. We don't know what happened here, but does what?
And then you want to go.
There's nothing funny about that. There's nothing funny about mentioning that.
Personal about Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk was a good dude. You only shed tears to people who are good men.
But you said that you wouldn't even shed tears if something happened to your own children. You said that. I'll find the clip and back it up. You've said that multiple times. They asked you, they said you wouldn't cry with your own children. He said no, because I would have to be a foundation and a backbone for my wife. What?
And I thought about his children. That's what made me choke up and cry, because he was a good guy. Y'all out here crying for George Floyd. He was a crackhead, robbing black women at gunpoint and all that. You are lame for what y'all shed tears over. And then let's move to the Nolan Wells case. How much effort have you put in the Nolan Wells case? Who have you interviewed? Have you tried to get to the bottom of what happened? Did you travel to Horn Island? Did you travel to Mississippi? Not one time, bro. You were in a booth somewhere crying about white people all day.
I'm with you on that. Again, I think two things can be true at the same time. Yeah, sure, you put in a little bit more effort other than just social media commentary. That's fair. But your intentions behind it was very nefarious. All right? It was very nefarious. It made no sense to, if you're gonna interject into this case and interview people, how about you hold a neutral ground? Instead, you were helping them, trying to build the narrative that they were innocent. Which is weird when people already see you as a person that takes up for white people unapologetically under all circumstances. How about you become a person that takes up for truth under all circumstances, regardless of who it corroborates or exonerates? But we don't ever see that from you. Which tells me you know how to cater to your audience, which brings me to the purpose of today's video. I titled this video something on the lines of Officer Tatum exposed by a psychotherapist. I saw this video and it blew my mind, because these are all the things that I've been saying about Officer Tatum. Officer Tatum is not his own man, allegedly. I believe that he has been placed into position. I believe he's been funded and built up just like Charlie Kirk was. Some people are just more brilliant than others. Some people are given bigger platforms than others. Some people are given bigger scripts than others, if you will. Officer Tatum is no different. There's a few things that was shared and psychoanalyzed about Officer Tatum by this therapist, and it's brilliant. As many of you all that's been following the channel know, I am somebody that has a master's degree in public service, but part of my undergrad work was psychology. That is to say, I have a bachelor's degree in psychology, and I was well on my way to becoming a doctor in mental health therapy, right? Mental health counseling or psychiatry, if you will. After about 4 years, I went ahead and pivoted and stepped into public service, for those of you that don't know. However, the reason why I share that is to say that typically the angle I approach things are typically from a psychoanalyzing perspective. So I always have a level of appreciation when I see someone else doing the same thing. And this psychotherapist hit it right on the money. Let's take a listen to what he had to say.
Past few weeks, I've become very aware of an online personality who goes by the name Officer Tatum. Officer Tatum is a man named Brandon Tatum, who has built quite a following and reputation for being a conservative African-American, a right-wing African-American, and the way that he's conducted himself since the Nolan Wells case has exploded has gotten me interested. And what I wanted to understand was, how does someone who's an African-American have the ideas that he has, have the ideals that he has, and build a platform that he has? So I wanted to delve into the psychology of how a personality like that develops and where it might come from.
When I first watched this video, just so y'all can understand something, when I first watched this video earlier today, I thought to myself, this might be he may end up being a liberal, I don't know. I said, this is probably some super liberal, progressive guy, probably doesn't believe in God, who is just confused why a person like Officer Tatum, why a black person, or how a black person can be so publicly critical of their own community. That's the angle I thought he was coming from. And I'm like, you're not a therapist. You're not being objective here. But I'm glad I gave him an opportunity, because while he still gave me reason to believe that he is liberal or more progressive leaning, which I'm going to speak on that here in just a second, I'm going to chime in. He did do a great job of breaking down Officer Tatum from a psychological perspective. And he explains how a person like that can come together outside of being funded, blackmailed, sponsored to do the things that he's doing. There's another mental aspect that doesn't just apply to Officer Tatum. It applies to others as well. But let's see what he has to say.
So it's interesting, because if you look at Brandon Tatum's history, you have to first understand his family. His family are full of very, very successful people and very successful athletes. One of his family members was an All-American at Ohio State University and became an NFL All-Pro. Another one of his family, I think his grandfather, was a high fire department personality in Fort Worth, Texas, where he's from. He went to Dunbar High School, where he was a
police officer, firemen. A lot of them are typically Masons. I'm curious if he comes from a family of Masons.
Standout football player, absolutely stellar football player. And in that part of the world, in Texas, high school football is a really big deal. And Officer Brandon Tatum was extraordinarily successful, went on to college to play football, and had aspirations to play in the NFL. He went undrafted, which must have really caused him some struggle and caused him some difficulty. And then after going undrafted, he became a police officer in Arizona, where he also had gone to college. Now, this is all important stuff to understand, because just like in any family, living up to the family legacy is always a pressure. And when you come from a family that is stacked with so much athletic success, you feel like I have to live up to the success that my family has set for me. And oftentimes when you fail to do that, that sense of failure is a real struggle and leads to a sense of belonging. I'm going to get to that in a second, but leads to a sense of belonging. So now he's also experienced a struggle at becoming an officer, and wasn't able to do that for long term, and he stopped becoming an officer, and then he starts a security company. Now, it's interesting because at some point he starts working for Charlie Kirk, who was a very prominent conservative, very prominent right-wing conservative personality that I'm sure everybody at this point has heard about, and sadly he was assassinated. And as Brandon Tatum is working for Charlie Kirk, he starts building his own platform. Now, here's where I think things become really important. When you have been dealing with failure for a long period of time, and you have a significant sense of desire for a sense of belonging, the internet is a very interesting place because you can build content for certain communities.
Bingo. Bingo. And I'm going to finish it here in just a moment. I actually have so much more to show you all. You're going to really enjoy today's live if you're able to catch this. Spot on.
Oh man, are you kidding? I'm finna eat one though, ain't I? Yes, I'm gonna eat one of these right now. So I'm putting it in this bag. Just have it. First, it's not ready to eat yet. Can't eat it yet. It's gotta cool. It's too hot. I want to. Have to give it a few minutes. Hello, I am on the air, and you are gone. I got one. Marcos.
You'd start to know if you have a culture or not. All right? When every time we have a leader in our community, and it's a celebrity, a comedian, an athlete, we're the only community in the world that applies to. What other community in the world is led by or have role models that are celebrities? No other community. You know who the role models are in the other communities in the world? Their parents, their dad, their mom, their uncle, all right? Their pastor, their preacher. Those are role models for people, all right? Their high school teacher, right? Their grandmother who was fighting cancer, who helped raise them. Those are the role models. It's only the so-called black community. I'm not even totally blaming it on so-called black people. I'm saying that was forced upon us. Now we have to do our part in unlearning those things. Unlearning those things. That's a fact. All right? So, no.
Tubman.
So no, he did not say that. He did not say anything about slavery being better for black people. Charlie Kirk did not say that. All right? And Officer Tatum did not say that either. So we got to make sure that we're being truthful here and accurate with the things that we're stating. And we're...
Not bad.
on us to just correct ourselves. All right? Now, the Rosa Parks thing, I think he's going to say something else about Rosa Parks, and then I'll chime in once he mentions her again.
I saw him making very difficult, very, very disrespectful comments about Rosa Parks and the civil rights movement, agreeing with Charlie Kirk that black people were better off during the slave days than they are today. So why would someone have these obviously egregious opinions about black people when you are in fact black? Because I think it becomes more important to Brandon Tatum to have the acceptance that he so seeks regardless where it comes from, and make content for those people. And there is a significant reward for that stuff in the world we live in now. So if I start making that kind of content and put it up online, I'm going to start building a following, and I'm going to get a lot of feedback that tell me that it's good, and I'm going to get a lot of people telling me that they're glad that I make the kind of content I make. I'm going to get a lot of people that are encouraging me, even if those people do not look like me, and even if the content I make is actually not serving anybody's well-being.
That I would also agree with that as well, sir. I do not think that there's anything necessarily wrong with being affirmed or being complimented on your work that you are placing into the stratosphere, the social media universe, if you will. Building a platform, and I don't believe he's arguing that there's anything inherently wrong with doing that. However, here is, in my opinion, right? This is why I believe, and this is how I believe you can measure if what this therapist just said is true or not. If Officer Tatum didn't just want to be accepted and didn't want to just fit in, and did almost everything he could to only appease one community and to make sure not to upset that community, this is a way to measure it, in my opinion. If Officer Tatum was to hear this therapist say this, he would probably say that's not true. I'm just about truth, and I tell the black community what they need to hear. Black community don't like it for the most part. Some of them don't mind. Many of them don't like it. They get upset. White people, especially white conservatives, they appreciate what I do because they know I'm telling the truth, and they know if they were to say it, they would get a lot more pushback. Here's the problem. If you were about just telling the truth like you said, much like I've mentioned and repeated multiple times in this live already, Officer Tatum, why don't you tell the truth about Trump? When Trump is going off the rails and you don't agree with everything any man or any woman does, correct? How come when Trump goes off the rails, you just don't talk about it? Much like the small example I gave at the beginning of the live, if there's a racist black person doing something or saying something about white people, generalizing all white people, you're quick to make a video about it. And you're going to say something along the lines of, see, this is why I say, and I hate when people say black people can't be racist. Here's a great example of it. That's what you would say. And I would agree with you. We can be just as racist. And by racist, I just simply mean our ideology about the other group. I know many people debate what racism actually means and that you have to have power to actually be racist. That is not what racism means. That's what systemic racism means. Individual racism has nothing to do with power. It has nothing to do with what you physically did to a person. Do you dislike that person because of their skin color? Do you dislike that person because of the skin color of their family members? That is racist by definition. And yes, we can be racist. How come when that video of that white woman, that white man went viral on TikTok, got 35 million views for doing or said X, Y, and Z to a group of black people that was just minding their own business? Why don't you cover that on your channel? What would be the answer to that? Why in this photo here, we can see you here with Mr. Kennedy, who made all these promises about make America healthy again.
Be right back. God bless Tommy. They're trying to get him. He is stupid.
How has he done that?
He'll be fine.
Why are you holding him accountable? Right? Why aren't you upset and reacting to the fact that he was in the Epstein files? That being Kennedy. He was very close to Jeffrey Epstein. I've covered that extensively on the channel. Right? Why aren't you making videos about Trump's disastrous handling of the Epstein files? Going off on people who is demanding that he do what he said he would do. That, sir, is proof that you're not objective. Your audience is not going to be happy with that. Especially when every other video, you have countless merchandise with Donald Trump's face all over it. How in the world can you go back now and never be critical of Trump now? You got all types of merchandise of Trump with his full body tattoo, Trump with a gold chain, making all these caricatures of Donald Trump. Trump with his red MAGA hat on backwards, with the grill in his mouth. Right? Trump mugs, Trump hats, Trump socks. You could never. Because you know deep down, race is going to eventually get mentioned with some of the white conservatives, not all of them. They're going to tell you to stand your place. We're allowing you to be over here, stand your place. You know it. Even if they know you're a truth teller on certain topics, the moment you step out of line and start saying things that they don't agree with, that's hurting their feelings, you know what that means for your bottom line. You got a family to feed and you know not to do it. Much like a lot of these people following the Charlie Kirk case. They're just regurgitating Candace Owens videos just to make money. They know if they ever disagree with Candace, they're ever critical of anything, the biggest followers of this investigation says, it's going to affect their bottom line. The audience is not going to like it. I'm just going to regurgitate what they're saying. I'm just going to repost their content. At some point, you got to have some integrity. It's one and the same.
I'm going to continue to make it. The other thing is there's a financial reward in it. I'm going to get money for doing this. We're going to get money from the platform. We're going to get sponsor deals. We're going to get brand deals. But more than anything else, I'm going to get attention and I'm going to get accepted by a community. So when we are asking people like Brandon Tatum to be different, what we're actually asking them to do is stop seeking the attention that your psyche clearly desires, and stop seeking
the approval. The approval. Right? And I'm surprised he didn't mention this here, but typically the people like Candace and Officer Tatum get pushback from the black community, or a portion of the black community, not all of us, not only for being a conservative, but they'll go a step further and say that there are self-hating black folks. And the proof to that, or what points or supports that claim, is that they marry folks that were not black. That just so happened to apply to both Candace and Officer Tatum, which could be a coincidence. I don't know if it's a coincidence. I don't think there's anything wrong with interracial dating. For me, I just think that I would like to be with somebody that shares the culture with me. So whether your skin color is the same as mine or not, I don't care. But I want us to just understand life the same. If we don't understand life, or we look at life drastically differently, coming from the same culture don't mean you see life the same. But what I mean is a lot of references, a lot of upbringing. We get it. We both get it. For me, that's what is important to me. And if I just happen to be, all right? And so that's what led to me becoming engaged to my fiance. It made the most sense, right? And the fact that I love her, all right, as a person. So there's that. But I do think that it's interesting when you consider those things, and something I've noticed is that Candace has never, you've never seen Candace's hair natural. You say, well, she has a natural hair every episode. No, that's not what I mean. The way it naturally grows out of her scalp, which is towards the sun. I don't think we'll ever see Candace's hair like that. That, I'd like to ask Candace why she always straightens flat, what is it called? Flat iron her hair. Why does she always press her hair downward instead of just letting it grow out naturally? I would like to know. That's not even attacking Candace, because that's a problem not with black conservatives, but with just black community altogether. Most black women always wear hair weaves, and that's becoming a bigger issue in our community over the past number of years. Most men in general of any community, race, color, creed, but especially black men as well, prefer natural women. That's just a fact. All the eyelashes, the fake hair, the lace fronts, the bust downs as they call them, the makeup, even makeup, men don't care. If you was to ask them, they would prefer to see their woman natural. They want to know what they have. I just happen to get lucky and blessed, not lucky but blessed, to find a woman that honors that. Maybe I don't want to see you with the fake lashes, the fake hair. I don't even want to see your makeup. I want to see you with your flaws. I want to know that I love you for you. I'm attracted to you for you. Anyways, I'm not digressing. The point is, these are typically things that you hear.
Belonging that your psyche clearly desires, which is very likely a strategy that you've developed to cope with all of the shortcomings that have happened up until now. So I found this man and his story psychologically just really fascinating, because I want to know, like, how does that get built, and how does someone who is African American, who is raised in an African American part of town, Dunbar High School is in the black part of Fort Worth, Texas, who plays athletics, which is a very diverse community, how do you go from that to saying things like, you believe black people were better off during slave days?
We've already covered that. He did not say that.
He never said that.
And that you believe that Rosa Parks and the civil rights movement that happened in Montgomery, Alabama was not credible because it was staged. And if you know the historical context of it, it wasn't staged in the way that he was alluding to.
Well, I'm not so sure about how he alluded to it, but the Rosa Parks incident was 100% staged. For those of you that don't know, I also covered this in my Martin Luther King documentary.
Yeah, that's right.
Rosa Parks, the whole infamous bus incident, wouldn't give her seat up. That didn't happen organically. That's not what happened. The truth of that matter, many of you all may know this already, especially if you've watched the documentary. And I know I've referenced the documentary several times in this video. If I can remember, I'll put the link in the description. There was an incident that happened, I believe, with a 14-year-old girl, naturally, and that was an organic situation, like weeks before. Maybe as much as 2 or 3 months before.
Sorry, Jesus,
where she wouldn't give up her seat. It went viral. Viral in the sense of in the 50s, 60s version of viral, right? And it made the newspaper, or it was enough to make the newspaper. But it didn't. I don't think it made it to that point. I don't want to butcher the story too much, but she was like 13, 14 years old, but she was pregnant, and because of that, the people who were really behind the civil rights movement, right, they who must not be named, did not want to use that story because it would not have been a great look if you used a 13 or 14-year-old little girl who was pregnant. So they recreated the situation weeks later with Rosa Parks, who, there's a few things about Rosa Parks for those of you that don't know. She was Eastern Star. If you don't know what Eastern Star is, it is the female version of Freemasons. Rosa Parks just so happened to coincidentally, she was married to a man who had a car. I'm going to say it again. Rosa Parks and her husband had a car. Yes, she was on a bus that day refusing to give up her seat. Rosa Parks also, in addition to being a female version of a Mason, having a vehicle herself, Rosa Parks also was a part of a school where I believe she came across her first set of handlers, and at this school she was classmates or members alongside Dr. Martin Luther King and several other people who will go on to be a part of the civil rights movement. If nothing else is suspicious about the Rosa Parks incident, answer this for me. Why is it that they were able to get a perfect photo of Rosa Parks just sitting on the bus? How? Where did that photographer come from? You said, well, that's when they finally made it there, when she refused to. No, that's not what happened. Because there were other people sitting on the bus waiting for their stop as well. See them in the photo. It was staged. It was. You said, well, it was staged for a good reason. push the country further away from racism. Fine, make that argument. But it was 100% staged. It wasn't an organic situation. Which leads me to my next point. The civil rights movement in general was a front, allegedly. Everything I said is alleged. The entire civil rights movement was not about black people. It wasn't. It was about the LGBTQ movement, believe it or not, and it was about the community that must not be named. Right? Martin Luther King Jr. was a front as well, and I don't believe he realized it until the end of his life, which is part of the reason he has been quoted making the infamous statement, "I led my people into a burning building." Martin Luther King realized that what he was being used for. When I found out that he didn't write the I Have a Dream speech, many people say, well, a lot of people didn't write their speeches. That's not news. It kind of is. When you're talking about a dream you had, that dream is unique to you. Maybe you can get somebody to help you write it out, right, in a way that resonates with the people. But that's not what I Have a Dream speech was about. Then when you look at the people that wrote it for him, the man that was really behind Martin Luther King Jr., I'm digressing. It'll get off into some other stuff. You should really check out the documentary. It's like 2 hours long. Anyways, let's get back to it.
Or how do you say really horrible things about Harriet Tubman when you are in fact black and are benefiting from the work of people like Harriet Tubman?
I agree. And what I will say, sir, is despite everything I just said, to my point from earlier, notice how those are the only people that he'll expose. It's not just so-called black people and liberals that need to be exposed in this world. Why is that Officer Tatum's main focus? That's what people should be asking. Right?
With the freedoms you enjoy today, the very fact you can go online, the very fact that you go online and post this kind of content, you owe people like Harriet Tubman that ability. The very fact that you could go off to college and get educated and do those things that you do are actually a result of the civil rights movement. And during the slave days, that could not have happened. So anyway, that is my psychological breakdown of how Brandon Tatum became the kind of person that you see now online espousing these crazy and ridiculous ideas.
So, Candace Owens and Erica, I'm not saying nothing bad about either one of them right now, okay? But what I'm saying is they both Masons, okay? They both Masons. So they're the same as everybody else in the government because it's all a Masonic government. In fact, the only reason why they got nonprofits like Erica Kirk owns was because of freedom of religion. You are allowed to be religious because the Masons made that law because they made all the laws, to be honest. So, yay, Masons. They did a pretty good job of building this here country. It's a Masonic country, not a Christian nation. It's a Masonic country, a Masonic nation. So, basically, there you go.
What do you think of this breakdown? You want me to do some more of personalities that I run across online? Leave a comment below. Happy to do it. Thanks for watching.
Yeah, brother, I think you're on to something. And to my surprise, I actually see that he went somewhere else. But before we hear a little bit more of the therapist, because he has some more things to say that were spot on, he went ahead and broke Officer Tatum all the way down. Before we get to that, I want to share with you all another snippet from the debate that Officer Tatum did on Jubilee. And this is once again to show you all that he was so inequipped, unprepared for this debate.
So,
that void.
Listen to
right,
what this man said.
That are one and the same with that void, that hollowness, that emptiness.
To avoid personal responsibility.
That is the pinnacle
As I
of
stated
all of
before,
that.
I think two things can be true at the same time.
The absolute
Mr.
pinnacle.
Taylor, I believe that there is some.
So even what you're saying is dishonest in the way that you are trying to say it with using Goku or Vegeta and this emotionally dysregulated, angry,
No, okay.
power up bullshit.
Probably consider
The one who's
getting to
empty
know
of
a
everything.
female. I
That's a
prefer
completely
to call it
different
Christ.
story, isn't
Marry
it?
her first, but at the very least, you should spend an extensive amount of time getting to know a female or getting to know a person before you decide to let them have intercourse.
Plus, have you heard of reality warfare?
Exercise even in that point of using protection. Being a little bit more
In
sexually
reality, it
responsible.
would be those things in
Sexually
harmony,
irresponsibility
those things that
is
are
completely out of
sound
control.
of mind and heart, those things that have emotional
I think having
regulation,
multiple kids
those things
by
that
multiple
understand
different women
that they
is
carry
not
a
making your
sword
life better.
and they don't
That is
have
another
to use
issue.
it.
Hey. Huh? 1:15. Alright. Huh. Cool. Okay, so y'all cleaned it all up? Okay, 1:15. God bless y'all. Thank you. Okay, where are we going? Finding offers. Okay, let's turn it off now. Hey, what up? Yeah.
I'm going by the airport right now, or Dobbins Air Force Base right now.
Right on.
Yeah. She's kept me out all, I think she's really liking me now because she's keeping me out all night. Like, she's, talking to me an hour and a half after work. So she says what it is. She's, I'm 58, and it's just, whatever reason, we just get along great. She goes, I just don't understand how we get along so good. It's kind of weird. I said, no, I said, but that's okay. I said, you got Jesus in you. I got, Jesus in me, and those parts are the ones we talk about most of the time, and God likes that. So the devil hates it. So, yeah, I figured also I was praying in the spirit. Then I started praying in regular and about Ramona and her friends. So while I was praying, God showed me the depth of it. So he said, well, look, Tom, this is what God was telling me as I was praying. I prayed accordingly. He goes, these people are working for the devil. Ramona, you're getting her, with me working through you and helping you, we're getting Ramona, you're being. And you're swallowing your pride, and you're working with her. She's been kind of, going through some stuff, and she's realizing that, you truly are her friend. And she's having to choose between these friends she's had for a while that she loves and you, because the devil's trying to speak to them and making it like an ultimatum for her. Like, you need to get away from him. You don't need to be around him. So then God said, because they're doing that, I'm going to remove them. I'm going to remove them because she's trying to do my works and be closer to me, and they're trying to get her to do bad. But, whatever. And they're get her, and they're talking bad about me. And it says, touch not my anointed or do my prophets no harm. Do my anointed no harm. So, and they're trying to hurt your name and tell her that she don't need to be around you. Yet you're the one that's taking her to get baptized, going to church with her, talking about Jesus, praying with her. They're not doing any of these things. They're just her friends from the world. And she's struggling about that. She doesn't understand that. It's hard for her. She doesn't have a lot of friends that like her, really like her. So they all know her. But I'm one of her true friends, and they're forcing her to decide, instead of finding the good things about me and just focusing on that. Like, I don't never talk about a friend. I just told her, hey, just make sure the people you're around love Jesus. That's all I say. The rest of it is none of my business. But now they're talking bad about me, gave me up. So the Lord said, see, so now you have authority over them. Like, what, Lord? He goes, yeah, you have complete authority over them because they've been abusive to you, talking bad about my prophet.
Are they really witches?
I don't know if they're witches or not.
Okay.
I don't know that. I don't know, but Ramona has changed. Because I know, I read people's spirit. To happen to you regardless and control the outcome instead of letting God control it. And she goes, you're right, I can't do that. I got to let God do it. I said, yeah, because if you go the other way, you're going to lose. No matter what you do, you're going to lose because you're doing witchcraft. And I said, so you got a choice. You can do witchcraft we'll go this way. You can go witchcraft, or we got to turn here. Or you can trust God. And she goes, I want to trust God. No, I don't think those people are witches. I think they're just drug addicts.
If somebody's a witch that she knows. She does know a witch.
Yeah,
She might
but
just
that's not one of those two. The other one is a witch. But let me tell you what happened. So I asked Ramona, she never did answer me. I want to ask her again tomorrow. And I don't think she could read it like I could. So the lady, so this is what happened. We're at McDonald's, it's me and Ramona. I don't know how this lady knew or why. She was standing behind us looking at us. That's the one we ate with. She was a world traveler. The Lord kept telling me she's a world traveler. And she's been all around the world, everywhere.
Sounds like an angel.
She had the face. Yeah, well, but she didn't have the face of an angel. It looked a little bit demonic.
So she could be a watchman, a watcher. So, you know, you got the fallen angels. They're able to incarnate into a human pretty easily.
Yeah, so it didn't look angelish. It looked devilish. But she was very nice. But as I was asking her questions, the Lord told me to ask her, the answers didn't line up with godliness.
Sounds like a Nephilim spirit. Maybe a Nephilim spirit living inside of a human.
Right, and she was very promiscuous. Her skin, her mannerism, when she rubbed her hair, and I was looking at her hair. She was perfectly green. When I say perfectly green, but in a beautiful way. A natural beauty that it was almost like a spell or something inside of her.
That sounds like a mermaid.
Something.
Because a mermaid, you can't, basically, they're almost irresistible.
But here's the thing. She enticed Ramona to say, eat with us.
Whoa.
Not me.
Maybe she's Ramona's witch's friend. No, she didn't know her.
She didn't know her. She didn't know her. And Ramona's like, maybe you should eat with us. I was saying to Ramona, I was going to say no, but the Lord says, don't worry, you're going to learn something tonight. I'm trying to figure out exactly, but I know that one thing, that one woman was not naturally human. She said she's a world traveler, Canada, the world, all around the world.
You know what the devil said, right? And what did the devil say in the book of Job?
I can't remember right now.
Satan said in the book of Job, he said, so God said to Satan, what have you been doing? He said, going to and fro on the earth and up and down in it.
Right.
So,
That's what
world
I thought
traveler. He's a world traveler.
Like there was a seduction. I'm looking for it. She had a seductive look. And I gave her a card. Ramona gave her a card. I said, it was good to meet you, bless you. But she said this to Ramona. She just met Ramona too. She goes, I'll definitely be calling you. To Ramona.
Yeah. But why?
So
why would she call you? Because she don't even got a roof.
I know, but check this out. She said, but I said to myself, Lord, why? Why is she calling Ramona? She goes, well, Ramona's the weaker vessel.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Ramona's the weaker vessel, she's calling her. And Ramona took it as that was the good thing. But not every person is good. So Ramona can't test the spirits. I was testing the spirits, and they didn't test out right. So
well, you should have asked her. Should have asked her the question. Should have asked her the question.
I said, where's the funnest place you live? Where's the most beautiful place? What makes that beautiful? I was asking her weird questions, this kind of odd questions. And I'm like, how many times have you been there? And why did you go there?
What'd she say?
I can't remember all the answers, but she would say a friend and this. And I was in Chicago. This woman's been to Chicago. She lived in, matter of fact, Jim, now that you say that, she was a devil. She said she grew up, what is the worst place in Chicago? What's the hardest place there?
South side of Chicago.
There's a name. A big time, old time, rough name. And then she goes, and then I lived in the Bronx. And then I lived here. Then I lived in California. Then I'm now living in Georgia.
How's she
Now I
does?
live in Colorado. How
Where's
did
she
you
live
live
now?
in so many places?
Where she live
You know
right
what?
now?
You know what's coming to my mind? Guess what's coming to my mind right now? Pleased to meet you. What's your guess my name?
Yeah. Where does she live right now?
She said she's staying in Gwinnett.
Oh, okay.
But she has a lot of friends in Atlanta. And this woman, the way that she wore her hair.
Okay, what does she look like exactly? Because I might run into her. I want to notice her.
She's a pretty version of the Candyman.
So she's a black lady?
She's a very medium chocolate skin, like milk chocolate. Just beautiful skin. Her face, though, would look demonic because it looked like the Candy. I mean, I want to make sure it's clear. The Candyman is an evil. He looks like an evil dude. It was a pretty version of the Candyman.
Candyman looks like alcoholics behind the liquor store.
Right. You know, it has the weird face. You know that weird face? She had a weird face, but somehow it was pretty. Her eyelashes were beautiful. Her eyes were big. But the shape and the demonic shape of her face was definitely very odd.
Be looking out
It
for her.
it was so unusual, Jim, that when she started talking about all the world, she's a world traveler. Who says they're a world traveler? That was like her job.
Sounds like she's in Illuminati.
I think she was. This is way above a person. This is not a person. This is a spirit. So I think that she was sent there to entice me and to measure me and from the devil.
It makes total sense.
Yep, and me and Ramona. And they took advantage of Ramona's kindness, and so she invited her.
So,
I was walking
let's
away,
see.
and Ramona goes, "You want to join us to eat?"
What color was the clothes?
And then Ramona kept bumping into me because I would like ask her certain questions, and Ramona would like tap. See, that's how close that me and Ramona's got. She would tap me with her finger on the arm, and that means be easy. You know, we got to be that close. You know each other that good.
What was that lady wearing?
Kind of fashionable clothes, but some regular clothes, but maybe like from California.
Like,
she
wearing a dress?
From California. So she just got in from San Diego. No, nothing like that. Just regular, like nice looking blue jeans, a nice looking shirt, and like a little pullover, something that looks classy.
What color was her shirt? White?
Wasn't a skirt. She had jeans.
No shirt.
Oh, it was kind of it was a darker color of like gray or purplish gray, kind of, if I remember right. It was different. What I'm trying to tell you is her hair was done in such a way I've never seen it on a black lady. I've never seen hair like that on a black lady.
Like what?
And that's saying something. Just the way it was like a white person's hair, pulled up, braided back, white braided, hooked around, hanging almost on her booth, with real pretty wrapping around it. That all looks like a white person. And
But her hair was black?
On it. No, it was that a tiny bit of brown and like a medium brown and maybe a touch of red or something like that. Just a touch. But not colored, but natural. Maybe a little, no, that was more blonde. Maybe a touch of light brown. Again, very beautiful and not fake. Nothing fake. Nothing fake. 100% her hair. Nothing fake. Was not a weave or none of that.
Interesting.
Yes, very interesting looking lady. And and Ramona tried to leave me with her. So you want to stay here, Tommy? I'm leaving. I said, no, Ramona, I'm with you. And I've been wanting to go for 20 minutes. And so finally I had to tell her.
What was her
I had
name?
a bumper on the butt. I don't even remember her name. I'll ask Ramona.
Did she give you her card?
we gave our business card to her, yeah. But think about this. We're in Sandy Springs in the middle of Atlanta, and she pops in. And she's just standing looking at us from behind. I think it was a dark entity from the devil, whatever it is. Whatever it was, it definitely was watching us. So I think it had something to do with me and my anointing. She had introduced me as Bishop Tommy, and it was like, just stared at me. It was kind of weird at first.
And she asked you, what's the difference between a bishop?
Yeah. She did ask me that and looked at me intent. Not like, what's the difference between a bishop and a pastor? Kind of like that. Looking at me, kind of leaned her shoulders back. But she was okay, but it was definitely weird. Again, a person I've never met before in my life.
It sounds like
and her hair was so unique.
Sounds like a watcher.
Yeah, it was something. It didn't feel human.
Yeah, probably a watcher. Because here's what I'm saying. See, I'm going to tell you this, then you're going to know. So this is what happened to me today. So today, I went to Atlanta and turned the Uber Eats on. And then I got a call from Jimmy. And then I got an Uber Eats.
Yeah.
It might have been the other way around. It might have been, I think I got a call from Jimmy and then I got an Uber Eats. And then I went to go do the Uber Eats. And while me and Jimmy's talking and I'm driving, I tell him, I say, hold on, Jimmy. This is going to be fun. Listen to what I say in a second. And then I pull up on this homeless dude named Jim. And I say, hey, Jimbo! And Jimbo goes, Jim! What's going on? And I say, you want something to drink? He's like, yeah. And I give him a drink. He's like, thanks, man. And it's cold like I like it. And then I talk to Jimbo for a minute. To James. So I'm talking to James, and I'm James, and I'm talking to other James at the same time. There's 3 Jameses right there in a row. Okay? You understand that?
Yeah.
Okay, then
yeah.
I drive away from James, and I'm still talking to Jimmy. And then I go to the restaurant, and I go in, and the name of the customer that I'm picking up for is James. All right? And I'm like, okay, now that's a little strange. And I tell Jimmy, I said, hey, me and you was just talking to James, and now I'm going to deliver food to James. And he's like, wow, that's wild. All right, call me back. God bless you. Peace. Douglas phone. Okay, sorry. Sorry. God. Yeah, I'm waiting.
We're back with another live. If this is your first time here, I appreciate you all for tuning in. Please hit the like button on your way in. Please hit the like button on your way in. Please hit the like button on your way in. Please check out the information in the banner in the bottom of the screen as you can see it going across here. We're trying to get 8,000 likes, and if you're interested in merchandise or access to extended videos, videos you cannot find here on YouTube, then please check out the Patreon links are in the description. In today's video, we're going to be discussing the one and only Officer Tatum, who I have discussed several times before. Once again, if this is your first time here, just so we are not confused, and so I can clarify for anyone who may be wondering, I am apolitical. All right, I do have more conservative values than anything else, as I believe that I as a follower of Christ, if you're not trying to conserve the Bible, if you're not trying to conserve what it is that Jesus Christ taught when he was here on earth, then what are you doing? What are we trying to progress from, right? That is my perspective. However, I do not consider myself a quote-unquote conservative or a Republican in the political sphere. I am apolitical. But when I did run in the quote-unquote liberal world, or that is to say when I was in corporate America, and I was surrounded by a lot of people who were in corporate America, I realized more and more that I was not liberal. I do not agree with, especially over the past 3 to 4 years, things became out of control. It's one thing to say that systemic racism this, or white people this, or historically white people this and that, and this is the history, and this is why we have poor communities and redlining and marginalized groups. You can use those terms, but when that's all we ever talk about, we never talk about personal responsibility. We never encourage people to stop having kids out of wedlock. We stop encouraging. We don't ever talk about what we can do to encourage people to stop committing crimes, right? Even when they have access to getting a job. That is when it started to turn me off. And I would eventually come across people like Candace Owens, Matt Walsh, Ben Shapiro, Officer Tatum. We know all the names, people from the Daily Wire, and the list goes on, PragerU. And that was new. It was different for me. And I was very skeptical. And I was like, I felt a bit guilty at first, finding myself agreeing with Officer Tatum, agreeing with Candace Owens, agreeing with Matt.
Hello.
Hi. I got a Uber Eats.
Agreeing with Benji.
Rameshi. Mashia. Rameshia. Thanks.
They don't like my people. And then I began to mature. That I had been brainwashed. That I was not thinking my own thoughts, but I was thinking what someone else told me to think. And so much like how they tell you to build your own relationship with the Most High, I think we should apply that everywhere within our life, including this as well. Officer Tatum, what I have realized with him, and others as well, is he is one of the first ones on the conservative side that helped me realize, oh, there are pawns on both sides. When they say that these are two wings of the same bird, and they're just keeping us against each other and fighting each other, when both sides are corrupted, Officer Tatum was one of the best examples for me. Because started to notice something, and it wasn't just Officer Tatum. It was also Candace Owens.
What's the name? Show you.
Because I'm going to pick on those two in this video just for now. Because I am a so-called black.
Thank you. God bless you.
And so therefore, just on a surface level, I immediately was drawn to them for obvious reasons. And I'm like, they're saying things that I've never heard a lot of black people say, especially not in modern times. Let me hear what they have to say. And like I said, I started to like and agree with a lot of the things that they said. They said things that were common sense. They said things that made sense to me. And then I continued to listen to the both of them. And I slowly became annoyed with both Candace Owens, more so Officer Tatum. Candace has shown more balls than Officer Tatum by a landslide. But I became annoyed because I was like, I thought they were truth seekers. I thought that is what separated them. If they were liberals or if they were Democrats, then they're just standing on the same quote-unquote Democratic plantation. But I thought they were different. This is how I knew they weren't necessarily truth tellers. Truth tellers don't only say what's true about one community, they say what's true about all communities. That is to say, to be a so-called black person, let alone a black conservative, and to say things like, stop complaining about systemic racism, correct the things that you can control. Stop doing X, Y, and Z, right? Stop doing drugs, stop robbing people, stop committing crimes, stop having children out of wedlock, right? All the things. And then they would show example after example of black people being racist, saying things and doing things against white people. But I noticed something. They never show videos of when other groups do it. That is to say, all the viral videos we can find of a black person saying or doing something that we can deem as racist towards white people or another group of people, saying things that are extremely harmful, right? Attacking a white person, things of that sort. But there are just as many, if not dozens of more videos across the internet, really hundreds of more videos across the internet of white people doing it to other groups of people. It's not to say that all white people are like this, but if you're about truth, share those videos too. Show how you're different, how you're objective. They never did that. Candace never did it. Officer Tatum never did. And I was like, so are you just here to be that person? To only share the truths, the uncomfortable truths about the black community? Have they limited your intelligence or your intellect to just talking about the black community? Have they told you that you're not allowed to talk about other communities? Why don't y'all talk about other communities too? I'm not saying stop talking about us and holding us accountable. I'm saying, why don't you talk about other communities? That's when I knew something was wrong. That's when I knew this is a business, right? And then eventually, like I said, Candace showed more balls. She would eventually start talking about Israelis and the Jewish community. And of course, Ben Shapiro them didn't like that. She stood 10 toes down. I have an immense amount of respect for her because she talked about those who must not be named, right? Lord Voldemort, he who must not be named. She started to talk about those who must not be named. Debating rabbis. I had so much respect for her for doing so. But even the way the Ben Shapiro thing was handled, I think it just spoke to the fact that it was clear that Candace had handlers at the Daily Wire and at PragerU, just like I believe Officer Tatum has handlers. And with that, we're going to transition into Officer Tatum. Over the past few weeks, particularly the past couple of weeks, Officer Tatum has been going viral because of the Nolan Wells case. What did Officer Tatum decide to do? He decided to interview Nolan Wells as his friends. Got it. You said, well, yes, because he's trying to get to the truth. That was one of the oddest things ever. Why is that different? Why is that deep? What makes that odd? He's trying to get to the truth. Ben Crump, the attorney for Nolan Wells, or Nolan Wells is his parents, Nolan Wells is his estate. Ben Crump is a race hustler, right? He's a grifter. He's an ambulance chaser. All the terms that they come up with. I agree with you. I also believe that Ben Crump is boule. We've already discussed in extensive detail what boule means.
Hey.
You can tell me James. Yeah, tonight I'm on target, dude. I'm wide awake and pretty energy. I'm sharp tonight, so I'm not tired like usually am. So I hear everything you're saying.
Okay, so this is the other thing that happened. Before that happened, people told me that they saw, that there was lightning strikes today that were straight down. And
yeah, that's when it's the most dangerous. As a firefighter, when lightning goes towards the ground, you're not going to be outside. You can get struck. If they go across the sky, you're safe.
So basically, a long time ago, God told me that's when angels are falling out of heaven. Lots of lightning strikes. That's how many, every one of them is a different angel falling. So then God said to me, he said, after I picked the fourth package up, so here's the other thing. So I went to go, talking to Jimmy, met James, we talked to him, the homeless guy. Then I picked up James's food, so that's 3 Jameses right there. Then I took that guy's food to him, and he met me outside of a place where I used to do the pest control. And so a place that's very familiar to me. And it's a dangerous place, to be honest, but it doesn't matter. I'm not afraid. But, let's see. So I talked to James. I see James, and I'm like, hey, James! And there's a whole bunch of people out there, because this is, dangerous places got a lot of people usually. So, and James said, hey, man, what's happening? I said, oh, you're from the islands. He said, yeah, I'm from Virgin Islands. And then, which is interesting, because that's where, what's his name had his island, the Virgin Islands. Epstein had his island there. And so then here's what, so then I leave, no, I asked him his whole name. God said, find out his name, his whole name. He says, James Joseph Jones Jr. And I said, whoa, me and you are cousins. My mom's maiden name is Jones. And I said, that's crazy. This is crazy as can go. But then I left there and I go to get my next order, right? And then the next order is my name, James B. So I pick up the next order, James B. And I see that, and God says, what am I trying to tell you? I said, I don't know, God, what is it? He said that a bunch of watchers fell out of heaven today, and they're watching you and Tommy and Jimmy.
Okay, that's pretty cool.
Right, so what did you do? You met the watcher. You met him. You met one. Right? You met a fallen angel. The watchers are fallen angels, right?
Yeah.
So that's what you met, a fallen angel. That's why they look so immaculate.
Yeah, just different.
Interesting.
It reminds me, their faces remind me of when you look at stuff in Jamaica and stuff where they have all the witches, you know, and Hades, what do they call that place? What do they call that?
Haiti, not Jamaica, Haiti.
Haiti and Jamaica, both of them. They both have witches stuff and voodoo and all that stuff.
I don't think Jamaica does. Jamaica doesn't. Nah. Just Haiti.
It's bad, but they got it because I know
it's
that
everywhere, it's everywhere, but it ain't like prominent. It ain't prominent as it is.
Yeah, they made 2 movies about the Jamaican stuff. I watched one of the specials. But it's not as, you know, a lot of people fly.
Oh, they do. It's the Jamaican drug dealers. It's the Jamaican drug dealers that are the voodoo people.
Yeah. I mean, it might be, but people fly there to get stuff done. Oh, it's weird. I don't know why they want to fly there when they stay here and they got Jesus. I have no clue. But anyway.
So basically, you might have met a witch doctor.
Yeah, that's what she looks like, as a witch doctor.
Yeah.
That's actually what she looks like.
Yeah, because that's probably what Candy Dude is. I ain't even saying the whole name.
Very odd. It was very, very ungodly feeling. Yeah, the opposite of godly.
Well, anyway, that's why I was saying that's the confirmation. You met a watcher, a fallen angel. I think so. Which could be living in a voodoo priest. Might have been a real human, but inside that human is a spirit of a watcher, which is a fallen angel. And they're watching us right now. There's a day of visitation. So, have fun. Yay, it's fun. Because what are they going to do? That's the other thing that God told me. He's like, what did you tell her? And I said, what did I say? I told him. What did you tell him? I said, I told him. And God said, you told him? And I said, no, I don't totem. You know, because totem poles. And he said, what are you saying? I said, I told them. God bless you. And he said, right. You don't tell them. You tell them. Basically, he said, tell everybody God bless you tonight, because it's a watcher night. If you don't, you might get a bad report card. Because you got to show yourself what? Approved. Improved. But approved more than improved. Right? That's what the Bible says, right? Show yourself approved by rightly dividing the word. Show yourself approved. Improved also, because you want to improve every time. Then you get a you know, a new position. get a higher position.
Yeah. Anyway, so I had fun with her, and well, that's true. Yeah, that's true. But yeah, so it's kind of funny how God is, in a weird way, stuck Ramona with me like permanently. Like he did this. He done it all. Isn't that crazy how she is stuck with me? I mean, she's literally stuck with me. So I think she's accepting that God wants her around me, and she's kind of falling for me.
Well,
but
either that or somebody might have put a spell on her too. You never know, because she's hanging out with witches.
Yeah, but I've renounced all spells I pray with her. So
I'm just saying, sometimes what these witches do that I've noticed is they'll put a spell on somebody, then the person will be nice to you, and then all of a sudden they'll be mean to you because they put another spell on them. It doesn't necessarily affect you that much, except for you might get out of character. Because that's really what they want to do, is get us out of character. So the next few days, they're going to be trying to get us out of character.
Right now, it's all about Jesus and talking and working and being kind to one another, and we're eating, we're sharing food, and we're being kind to one another. I mean, really.
Hey.
She's taking me out for my birthday. It's really crazy. And we've been praying, so, and But yeah, I mean, so we're talking about it, and she says little things, you know. You know what I mean? She takes her bite and stuff. So, stuff like that. You know, we're like, I guess we might even be brother and sister acting. I don't know. You know, because right now, but I do have a little bit of feelings for her because I feel like that I've helped her. You know, the Lord has worked through me to help her.
Well, you gotta get her deliverance. Is what you have to do for real. Whether you do it.
Well, she's already been. Think about it. She's already been baptized with the.
Yeah, but I mean, she's got it. She needs to go to LFM, see what's really happening.
Well, I talked to. I can't remember who it was. Well,
I mean, listen to this. Here's the thing that I realize, okay? If somebody won't go to LFM, but they like church, there's a reason, okay?
Yeah.
There's a spirit that won't let them go. That's an oppression.
That makes sense, but not everybody likes to go to church every night.
No, I'm just saying, if they will not go, it's not whether you like it or not, is will you go or not? Because if you won't go, there's a spirit that is oppressing that human.
Oh no, I'm not saying it's not, Jim.
I'm just saying that part is a fact. You see what I'm saying? That is what I'm just establishing. I know you do. I just want you to say it. So
I want to say that baptism is way more powerful than going to LFM. That's what I believe. I believe being baptized in the name of Jesus Christ of Nazareth is one of the most powerful things you can ever do.
Okay, but I'm saying this. If just because you got baptized, if you will not, if you refuse to go, then you have a spirit that is oppressing you, that will not let you go, and that will have to go. That spirit will have to go no matter what, because you can't have the girl and that spirit.
Because I agree with you. That's the only thing I want to say is I agree with you. I just want to leave it at that.
Right.
I don't have to believe exactly the same, but we're pretty close.
Well, what do you believe?
I believe that she's been baptized, and I see the change, and I've seen it with my own eyes, and I'm a witness for her in the name of Jesus Christ of Nazareth.
But here's what I'm saying. This has nothing to do with her. Anyone that just will not go there has an oppressive spirit that will not let them go.
Well, I've invited some people, you know.
And they won't go. They will not ever.
Yeah.
And I don't care who it is.
She's been to a deliverance service before.
I'm just saying, I don't care who it is. If they just refuse to go to a church that is a deliverance church, it's because the spirit that is in them or talking to them outside of them is oppressing them to make them so they can stay in them. Now, you can do the deliverance. You know how. But if she won't let you, then you have to take her somewhere else. You haven't done deliverance on her yet, have you?
No, I have.
What do we got? I don't got nothing in. Am I picking up? What am I doing here? I know that's right. Okay. I need something new.
Just to protect the elite class.
Don't sell your house without getting bonus cash. I can buy your house fast and can pay your next month's mortgage or cover your moving costs. My team buys homes exactly as they are. Any condition, any situation, any price range.
All right, you guys, happy Tuesday. It's Yankin' Bank Tuesdays. We're going to do some yanking and banking around a few topics. Frank Turek is actually going viral right now, trending on X for seemingly using the Bible to message that I should be struck down. And that's not the first time he's done that. We're going to get into it. And it will come as absolutely no surprise to you guys that Blakey Neff is upset. I thought for sure yesterday at the end of the episode he'd reach out, he would thank us for all of our hard work investigating, for having solved the mystery of who was on the rooftop at Losey Center with Officer Bagley. But no, Blakey says I'm putting innocent lives at risk. Really? How? It's kind of funny because I would argue that he's doing that when he continually calls for the conviction of Tyler Robinson in the absence of evidence. Anyway, you'll be happy to know that we found another blank space that we can fill again for Officer Bagley. And through his testimony, like, how can I help? How can I help? Another question that he was asked on the stand where his pregnancy brain started to kick in again. And you guys know, I'm here to help. Welcome back to Candace. Frank Turek. Is it Dr. Frank Turek? I think it's actually Dr. Frank Turek. May he forever have a platform. May he forever have a platform, ladies and gents, because
I like that.
From the very beginning of this investigation, it has been abundantly apparent that the public relations directive has been let them eat Christian slop.
That is
right?
funny.
Let them eat Christian slop is how we will remember this decade. But sir, how are we going to get them to believe that a bullet that could take down 2 moose was magically stopped by Charlie's neck? Oh, remind them how Moses parted the Red Sea. But sir, can we really make them believe that a grieving widow forgave her husband's killer, took over the entire company, and is on a corporate Zoom call laughing at emojis within 6 days of her husband's public assassination? Tell them Charlie's dancing in heaven with Jesus because of all of the merch sales. Merch sales. Sir, even for us, the sparkly pants, letting his enemies open Amfest to attack Charlie's actual friends, it feels a bit soon. I'm gonna start dropping the biblical verses about the widow. Honor the widow. Yeah, Frank Turek is of this exact ilk. The call yourself a pastor, memorize a few biblical proverbs, and use those proverbs to justify literally anything, including evil. You can justify war. God bless you if you bless Israel. Really? I think they're raping kids. God will bless you if you bless Israel. Justify obvious lies, holes in the Charlie Kirk assassination. Anything can be justified when you get on this like Christian grift. So he's been trending for the last 48 hours because on Monday he joined Nicholas Bowling's podcast with this message, which has some people concerned. Take a listen.
You know, my friend Charlie Kirk, a good thing. A murderer degraded Charlie by murdering him, not completely. I mean, he's still alive. He's just absent from the body, present with the Lord. But the murderer degraded his good body. That's what evil does. It degrades something good. And that's what Satan does. In fact, what did the apostles and Jesus call Satan? He's a murderer, a lot. You know, my friend Charlie Kirk, a good thing.
The Charlie Kirk assassination, anything can be justified when you get on this like Christian grift. So he's been trending for the last 48 hours because on Monday he joined Nicholas Bowling's podcast with this message, which has some people concerned. Take a listen.
You know, my friend Charlie Kirk, a good thing. A murderer degraded Charlie by murdering him, not completely. I mean, he's still alive. He's just absent from the body, present with the Lord. But the murderer degraded his good body. That's what evil does. It degrades something good. And that's what Satan does. In fact, what did the apostles and Jesus call Satan? He's a murderer, a liar, an accuser, a slanderer who wants to steal, kill, and destroy. Charlie was murdered. What have we had since then? Lies, accusations, and slander seeking to kill, steal, and destroy. Or steal, kill, and destroy. This is spiritual warfare. This is demonic activity. Yeah, I'm talking about Candace Owens. Yeah, it's ridiculous. Accuse people of murder without evidence, but that's what she's doing left and right. She's insinuating it left and right. That's evil. In fact, in the Old Testament, Exodus 22:22 says that if you abused a widow or the fatherless, God says, I will hunt you down and kill you with the sword. Deuteronomy 19 in the Old Testament economy says, if you accuse somebody falsely of a crime and you're found out, you get the penalty of that crime.
I thought he was going to talk about
So if you
Tyler
falsely
Robinson.
accuse someone of murder and you're found out, you're the one
I
executed.
didn't know he was going to be talking about Candace.
We had those
I thought he was
laws
talking
today
about
would shut
Tyler
down the
Robinson.
internet, wouldn't it?
That's
Because
funny.
all we do is we have people accusing
He likes
other
Tyler
people,
Robinson.
insinuating innocent people are guilty for a crime they never committed.
Oh
without
my
evidence.
gosh,
By the way,
that's
that's
what
why
you're
you need
doing.
2 witnesses in the Bible. Right?
You're
You need
projecting.
evidence. You don't falsely accuse people. So this is what evil does. It degrades.
First off, don't you point your finger at me, Frank Turek, pointing your finger at the screen. Okay, secondly, you are quite literally describing yourself, like Neff, orbitive influencers who have been screaming for Tyler Robinson to be convicted and have been unable to produce really any evidence, actually. Any evidence which would convince the public that he might have done this. I mean, the bar was so low. I was ranting at my team today of just how incredibly low the bar was for them to prove to us that, yeah, Tyler
This guy
Robinson
been
did this,
following me
right?
around?
All they had to do was show
he's
us the
following
video of
me.
him taking the shot. All they had to do was somehow connect the gun to the crime scene. They couldn't do that. All they had to do was show us, I don't know, video, I guess, of him dropping the screwdriver, putting together the gun on the rooftop. Nothing they have said since the very beginning. Tyler Robinson's parents turned them in. Have they showed us that? Nope. Instead, we hear a story about Mitch Mitchell, as I told you from the beginning, undercover officer, entire life, pressuring him to come in peaceably, otherwise they were going to knock in the doors. You guys have lied at every single stage of this, including by describing him as a transgendered or being in a relationship with somebody that's transgendered. That hasn't checked out. You told us this was a politically motivated murder. We heard testimony from his boyfriend who says, no, he wasn't into politics. We never discussed Charlie Kirk ever in our relationship. What have you proven? What have you proven other than the fact that you are really angry that you keep being disproven and more people are recognizing that you didn't tell us the whole truth, perhaps, or a different version of events? By the way, Frank, we received an interesting email yesterday, and it's fact-checked true. We keep wondering about those gloves in the door compartment. Hey, we've got a platform. Speak to us about this. What were they used for? You were in the car. You were in the back praying. Because from where I'm sitting, there is currently more evidence that Charlie Kirk was killed from an exploding mic than there is that he was shot from Losey Rooftop by Tyler Robinson. Like, a lot more evidence in the other direction. Anyway, you know I love blue-collar workers. I like people who work with their hands, make hobbies out of working with their hands, and it's because they're the most sensible. They don't really buy the crap. They don't really buy the influencers telling them not to believe their own eyes. And there's this guy who knows a bit about wood shopping, if you will. He sent me this email, and we decided to fact-check it. He said, hey guys, just an FYI, I do woodworking as a hobby, and I use CA glue and spray activator. And I'm not sure where I learned it, but I always remember being told to use black nitrile gloves because it's the most resistant to that crazy adhesive. And for example, if you're trying to clean off all the broken pieces of glass from a Rode microphone that has adhesive on it in a hurry, well, there you go. Obs, I know you guys will do the research. I feel like it's common knowledge for woodworkers. Sorry I can't be of more help to point you to anything specific, but thought I'd let you know. God bless you all. Christ is King. Is that true? Is that true? We looked it up, and it turns out it is 100% true. What would be the purpose of these gloves? Frank told us he stuck his fingers right into Charlie's neck. He had blood all over him. He could taste it in his mouth. At what point would he have put on black nitrile gloves? If those are indeed black nitrile gloves, who would have used them? Rick Spizzy. Why is it in his compartment? We've also broke the story of the 911 call, which is yet to be released.
Why didn't they collect the evidence? That doesn't make sense. Why didn't they collect evidence of any kind?
Showed us that glass for the road bike
my
is
God.
very, very sticky. Turns out that yes, black nitrile gloves are used by woodworkers when they are handling super glue, crazy glue, and it
that's
is
smart.
because it makes it easy to wipe off adhesive. So I'm just sharing the facts. This is an investigation, and everybody's contributing in ways, and I'm learning so much on the journey. Anyway, here's another very interesting, true story that I can share with you guys. It's story time. You can take from it what you will, okay? It's actually regarding Senator Mike Shungway Lee. Senator Mike Lee of Utah. Didn't expect to hear his name in this story. By the way, he didn't do anything shady. He seems like he's a good guy, actually. He comes from a very well-to-do family. He actually was born in Arizona, but spent most of his upbringing in Utah. His father was actually the founding dean of BYU's law school program. Anyway, Senator Lee was actually slated to attend the Charlie Kirk event at UVU on September 10th. And I can tell you from experience, that is not unusual. Okay, like I said from the beginning, I immediately know what made sense, what didn't make sense. What does typically happen at these events is that local politicians, local donors may come by, say a few words, because obviously these are their constituents, possibly people who are currently running or planning to run in the future will go to these sorts of events. None of that strikes me as unusual or odd that he was scheduled to be there. Makes sense. Now, Turning Point USA, of course, was aware that Senator Lee was going to attend, but as the DC story goes, that week, the senator had to cancel very early on in the week due to the National Defense Authorization Act. There were votes that were taking place in DC funding that, and so he had
Hello?
Hey.
Hey.
Did you say 115?
1:30.
1:30.
I mean 1:15.
115, okay.
1:5.
Yeah, I was like, wait a minute, I can't remember. Did she say 115 or 130? 115.
Maybe she didn't say this shit.
115. So basically in an hour and a half.
Hello.
Yeah.
You saying you that.
Okay.
Yeah, 1:15.
Cool.
That was an hour, yeah. That's a half hour.
Cool. No, yes, an hour and a half.
Almost 1 o'clock.
Hour and a half.
Almost 1 o'clock.
Yes. Oh, yeah, it's 15.
Yeah,
It's an hour and a half. 15 minutes till 12.
Hour and a half.
All right, then I'm going to turn this thing off because I'm
What time
done.
you have to hear?
115.
Right.
Okay.
1:50.
Right. 115. Got you.
1:15.
Okay.
1:15.
115. 115, huh?
Huh?
I said 115. What?
1:15. Yeah. 1:15.
Love you.
Okay.
God bless you. See you in an hour and 30 minutes. God bless you.
Okay, here's the
Goodness gracious. Oh my gosh.
What'd you say now?
So I will see you in 1 hour and a half.
Hour and a half, yeah. What time again?
115.
Yeah.
It's crazy. I'm just driving down the road and all of a sudden the whole road just turned to crap.
Me.
Like the whole road like turned in construction zone and big potholes and manholes sticking out the ground and stuff. Scary.
Yeah.
Had to dodge stuff. Now I'm going 15 miles an hour because I'm freaking out. All right. Hey. I got us food already.
What?
I got us a pizza. From the really good pizza place.
I was kind of wanting to I kind of want some bacon and eggs.
I got some good stuff. I got olives and mushrooms and pepperoni, meatballs, onions. Yeah, it's delicious. I'm eating it. I'm waiting on you. We're gonna eat it together. Okay? It's gonna be delicious. It's from Fellini's. Hey, I got a Uber. Do I go in? Not right here. I got. Okay, you like, I don't care. Yeah, you like, that's more information than I need. Right? Yeah, absolutely. Well, God bless you. Have a good night. Peace. Okay, well, I'll see you in an hour and 28 minutes. 27 minutes. Yeah. Okay, love you. And I got the best. You're going to love the pizza. It's delicious. It's the really good pizza spot. Okay. God bless you. Love you. Well, we'll have that tomorrow.
I'm getting up early. I'm getting up early tomorrow.
I heard that. Well, whatever. I got the good shit. I got the good stuff. Love you. You're gonna love it. It's a blessed pizza. I blessed it. It's not doggone, it's blessed. Alright, love you. God bless you.
I'm still getting 8 hours.
Cool. That's awesome. That's awesome. And you get off early. So.
I got 10 last night, right?
Let's see. I don't recall. I can't remember what time you got off. You got off at
3:30. 5:30 to 3:30.
Yeah, 10 hours.
5:30 to 3:30.
10 hours. 10 hours.
So I got 18 hours so far.
Dope. Me
Yeah,
too.
you got 18 hours so far.
Yeah, I do too. Alright, love you.
But you still work when you pick me up when you want to.
Nah, I'm ready to go. I want to go home and go to sleep early. I'm tired. I'm going to go to sleep early. I need some rest. Let's go home and rest.
Well, you ain't gonna go to bed early.
I'm going to stretch for an hour and then go to sleep.
You leave bed about 7 o'clock.
Nah, I'm going to sleep about 5 o'clock.
Alright. I love you.
I love you. God bless you.
I bless you.
Okay. See you in a little bit. Peace. Bye.
Now I've got a source that UVU who tells me that after the assassination of Charlie, Mike Lee was contacted due to something unusual that took place on campus the day before the shooting. Now I want to be clear, the day before the shooting, Mike Lee had already canceled. Okay, that's important for you to know. Apparently, there was someone on September 9th who looked remarkably suspicious, who was moving about on campus, stood out. The security went, this person's behaving oddly. What are they doing? It looks like they're kind of scoping the place out. You know what I mean? And so they said, look, we're going to go up to this individual.
Jusqu'au sommet. Pédalez, grand braquet, Tour de France, Tour de France. Sprint final à l'arrivée, Tour de France, Tour de France.
No, you gotta look it up again. Look up the movie Breaking.
France. That's what we got.
And when that suspicious individual was approached, he told the campus security that he was Senator Mike Lee's bodyguard, scoping out the area to ensure that the senator was going to be safe ahead of the event. So they said, okay.
Because there's nothing about me that's relatable. Because there's nothing about me that's relatable.
What?
Makes sense. Well, okay, we'll let you go. The only thing is that isn't true. Like I said, by that time, the senator's office had already canceled their plans. And I've done some digging, and it also appears that Mike Lee is pretty down to earth. He doesn't actually have a security apparatus, a security team. So just to make that perfectly clear to you again, Senator Lee didn't do anything wrong. We're not speculating he did whatsoever. What we are underlining here is that the person that was on UVU's campus had at least enough information to deliver
God bless you.
a good sounding excuse, a legitimate sounding excuse in the event that he was stopped while he was scoping out the campus, which he actually was stopped. And there was only a small group of people who would have been privy to that knowledge, who would have been privy of the attendee list. A sensible person might argue that Tyler Robinson would not be among those who was privy to that sort of information. Why would Tyler Robinson know who was going to attend this event? Certainly Turning Point USA event staff would have known, club students would have known, perhaps those at the university who were directly involved in the planning of this event would have known, maybe UVU police, for example, would have known this, but, you know, that limits the pool. Surely it's an avenue worth exploring, no? Footage must exist of this mysterious man who appeared to be scoping out the campus the day before, who lied about the reason why and tried to blame it on Mike Lee, had that excuse ready to go in the chamber, if you will. Call me crazy, but I have a feeling once again, I'm not going to be thanked for bringing this information into the public domain.
I need to hear all this.
It never goes that way.
I don't understand what you're talking about.
Anyways, you're welcome, Turning Point.
Have you ever seen a product that transforms any ordinary space into a dreamy underwater world in just 1 second? Meet the Kamau Immersive Ocean Projector, the mood light that's taking the market by storm.
No, it ain't.
Over one.
he was Senator Mike Lee's bodyguard, scoping out the area to ensure that the senator was going to be safe ahead of the event. So they said, okay, that makes sense. We'll let you go. The only thing is that wasn't true. Like I said, by that time, the senator's office had already canceled their plans. And I have done some digging, and it also appears that Mike Lee is pretty down to earth. He doesn't actually have a security apparatus, a security team. So just to make that perfectly clear to you again, Senator Lee didn't do anything wrong. We're not speculating he did whatsoever. What we are underlining here is that the person that was on UVU's campus had at least enough information to deliver a good sounding excuse, a legitimate sounding excuse in the event that he was stopped while he was scoping out the campus, which he actually was stopped. And there was only a small group of people who would have been privy to that knowledge, who would have been privy of the attendee list. A sensible person might argue that Tyler Robinson would not be among those who was privy to that sort of information. Why would Tyler Robinson know who was going to attend this event? Certainly Turning Point USA event staff would have known, club students would have known, perhaps those at the university who were directly involved in the planning of this event would have known, maybe UVU police, for example, would have known this, but, that limits the pool. Surely it's an avenue worth exploring, no? Footage must exist of this mysterious man who appeared to be scoping out the campus the day before, who lied about the reason why and tried to blame it on Mike Lee. Had that excuse ready to go in the chamber, if you will. Call me crazy, but I have a feeling once again, I'm not going to be thanked for bringing this information into the public domain. It never goes that way. Anyways, you're welcome, Turning Point USA, since you say that you really just want to know what happened. There's a start for you. Erica could call up UV and ask them about that, see if that's true. She'd call up Mike Lee. He certainly attended the hearing, and see if that's true. I can't figure out why us bringing forth more viable leads is so naturally upsetting to Turning Point USA. I mean, yesterday, we solve Officer Bagley's bout of pregnancy brain, and Blake Neff comes at us like this on X. He wrote, in today's episode, Candace starts harassing another random Utah police officer accused of being a dirty cop, suggests that is suspiciously timed that he moved to Utah a year before Charlie's shooting, and then asks people who knew him in the Marines years ago to send her dirt on him. She can harass him some more.
How's it going? How you doing? Pretty good also. Let's see. What'd you have? Zaxby's order? Dope. Thought it wasn't. I'm trying to make sure. Thank you and God bless you. All right.
Don't you have it? Why aren't you guys releasing it? I thought the widow wanted nothing but transparency. Where am I getting it wrong? The messaging here is not landing. We actually received a press request from the Daily Mail yesterday regarding the footage that we released of the rooftop home. Her dirt on him so she could harass him some more. We already saw this with the police sergeant that she went after 2 weeks ago and then got bored with. Candace feels no shame about harassing any person she feels like, just to keep her grift going while maybe hurting a few people along the way. Why so angry, Blakey?
Everybody projects.
You guys all just seem so
all they do is project
all of a sudden.
Constantly.
Posting people on your platform that are calling for my home to be raided for sharing the video of the guy who certainly looks like he's got some military experience on the rooftop. Why would that make you angry? Why would people even be discussing my home being raided? Does the FBI not have access to all of the footage? What are you raiding for? Don't you have it? Why aren't you guys releasing it? I thought the widow wanted nothing but transparency. Where am I getting it wrong? The messaging here is not landing. We actually received a press request from the Daily Mail yesterday regarding the footage that we released of the rooftop man in tactical crawling across Losey Center, jumping from the roof like Spider-Man. Among other questions that they asked me specifically, and I'm serious, I'm quoting them directly. They wrote, What steps are you taking if the worst happens and you are raided by law enforcement? Raided by law enforcement? Why would I didn't kill Charlie Kirk. Why would I be raided by law enforcement? Consistent messaging to the public was they wanted nothing but transparency. Dan Bongino, Kash Patel, Erica Kirk, Turning Point USA. We didn't edit the videos. We don't lie about what was on the footage. Power to the people. Here's the footage. In fact, the influencers are lying. Why don't you raid them? Maybe someone's paying them to lie. Anyway, yesterday we did solve the low-C rooftop mystery. No thank yous. Officer Bagley, who I have to say, were I seated amongst a jury of my peers, I would label him to be unconvincing in his presentation. But don't worry, they're not going to call me on the jury. I don't think so. I have to say, in my opinion, I am not believing the rooftop screwdriver. Something feels wrong there. There's a reason for that. First and foremost, I want to say they want us to forget the origins of the screwdriver story, right? When we first learned about the screwdriver, it was less than 24 hours after Charlie was assassinated. We learned about the screwdriver because someone in law enforcement leaked information to the press. Except when they initially leaked the information, they said that the roof, it was found with the rifle, near the rifle, not on Losey Center rooftop. Okay, they said the screwdriver was found near the rifle, and I can show you that. Here's a throwback headline from September 11th. Here is CNN, and yes, they have, you don't have to like CNN to recognize that they are a state apparatus, part of the Project Mockingbird. And the article here says authority found a screwdriver near the recovered rifle. And it reads, authorities recovered a screwdriver near the rifle investigators believe was used in yesterday's fatal shooting of conservative activist Charlie Kirk. According to a source with knowledge of the investigation, investigators believe this to be an indication that the shooter may have used it to disassemble and reassemble the firearm before using it. Removing the stock would help the shooter conceal the weapon in a bag or even in his clothing, they believe. So when this article got released, there was a bunch of backlash.
They said they reassembled.
So foolish people.
They're trying to do some Mandela effect bullshit.
Common sense people. And they revolted and said, he assembled, reassembled, what are we talking about? And then left the screwdriver with the gun. You guys found it all together. So what happened next was, due to that public revolt at the inherent stupidity, the inherent improbability of the story which was unfolding, they kind of took a breather, and 4 days later we hear from Kash Patel and Dan Bongino, and they clarify that, the footage is grainy, but the screwdriver was actually found on the rooftop. And that's what brought us to Officer Bagley's unusual testimony, where his body cam dies, seemingly without warning at exactly the right time. And there's a ton of warning that should have been happening. It should have been beeping. It should have been flashing red. Maybe this is a reason why he doesn't want to mention who he was with going to Losey. That'd be a good question to ask Alan Robertson, to say, like, hey, do you remember this flashing red light or anything? Well,
they're so screwed.
That can help Officer Bagley. I'm so excited. I love helping. I'm just so charitable, And this time it's pertaining to a different portion of his testimony where he seems to kind of get a little fuzzy on the details and say something doesn't really make sense, but I'm going to take him at his word. Now, to jog your memory, this is how Officer Bagley responded to what I think is a rather clear question that was asked by Tyler Robinson's defense attorney. Take a listen.
When you reviewed the videotape at the police department later, did you check to see if anyone had been on the Losey building after the shooting, after this individual had jumped off that you've already talked about? Was there anybody else on the roof? Did you check and see in that gap of time?
In that gap of time, no. So once I put up the barrier, I only walked up to about that point, then I went down and reviewed the video from that moment on.
So are you able to say for one way or the other if anyone else had been on that roof in between when the person jumped off the building and when you came on the roof? Are you able to say one way or the other?
There was people up there looking for an individual that ran that way, because when I first got told the individual ran heading north,
so there already
we didn't know where the shooter was, so we started climbing up and clearing the building. And it wasn't until I went to the PD and actually saw him jump off of the building that I knew he was off the building.
Let me rephrase that, because I think I either asked it badly or you misunderstood me. So let me go back again. So, from the time that the individual that you spotted on the video jumped off the roof, right? Individual that you thought was in the prone position.
Okay.
Between that and when you got on the roof, did you ever check to see if anybody else had been on the roof in that period of time?
Yeah, and I didn't see anybody.
So you
I
did
didn't
watch?
notice anybody.
You didn't, did you look on the video to see that entire, okay, that's what I'm asking. So you did not review the video to see if there was someone between you, that individual jumping off and
That
you
was
coming
three
on, if anybody
things.
had
He
been
said
on.
three
or just
different
never seen
things.
it anyway. Okay.
That's 3 different answers in one question.
I felt like the question was pretty simple. Was anybody on the rooftop before you? After Charlie goes down, was anybody on that rooftop before you? And yeah, hey, this is 10 months later, so I'm assuming obviously you work at the police department, you work at UVU, you have access to the videos, right? Wouldn't that be just like a normal part of your investigation to see exactly what happened? Once you determined that this person jumped off the rooftop, wouldn't you have watched every single second
watched that shit?
leading to the moment that you secured, afterward, leading up to the moment that you secured the rooftop? Officer Bagley says he didn't do that. He doesn't know.
Let's all watch it.
He did not
Let me
prep
watch
for this. He's just showing up. He's just showing up here at court. Didn't prep, didn't want to get answers, lack of curiosity, lack of, I guess, like, investigative lust. Just was like, I don't know, just got off that rooftop, didn't do anything. I didn't even investigate why or how my body cam footage. I don't know anything. I don't even know who was up the rooftop with me. That's a pretty important question. And I can exclusively tell you guys that the answer to that question is yes.
Weird.
Yes, somebody did get on that rooftop before you, didn't the Officer Bagley? Well, maybe you don't know, but I'm telling you, whoops, sigh of relief. Yeah, someone got up on that rooftop. And why is that important? That's important because if Officer Bagley said that he found a screwdriver and somebody was on that rooftop after that went off, it's plausible that this unknown person could have planted the screwdriver. I think it's something Officer Bagley should review the footage to see who was on that rooftop after the alleged shooter and before he got on the rooftop. Does that make sense to you, Officer Bagley? It's very easy. Person you say shot Charlie Kirk, jumped off. Was there anybody on that rooftop before you got on at 12:44 p.m.? And the answer is yes. By the way, Turning Point USA could definitely be forthcoming about this stuff. It's weird that they just have nothing. I also want to add here as an important update.
Tiffany J says, meet at door. We'll meet you outside in front of leasing office.
Was of the San Bernardino Police. And he moved to Utah. We had brought up the Brady list, and then we got a ton of emails of people that were actually spelling his name wrong. Allen spelled A-L-A-N, not A-L-L-E-N. So they were sending us a bunch of stuff on a different Allen, A-L-L-E-N. It is not him.
Can't wait to I'm gonna make a Brian Anderson video tonight. It's chill time. Here we go. Check this out. Yeah. Glory to God in the highest. Okay. That was really good. Here, you want to see that one? Here, I'll show you that one. Hold on. Let's see, where is it? Here you go. I like it. I'm gonna show my mama that one. I want to show my mama that one. That's funny. Sounds kind of funny. Ha ha. Thanks. Let's see.
Yes, I'm single.
You got.
Yes, I'm single.
God bless you in Jesus Christ of Nazareth's name. That's all I can tell you. Some people are single for a reason. Okay, here we go. We're on the road. We're going to go to the QT to get a drink. Yep, to the QT to get a drink. And then the UPS
is in a way that the pattern here tells me that this,
I'd rather work at
this
UPS.
what I'm hearing is the truth. People associated with San Bernardino Police Station who said he absolutely was not let go or transferred over any conduct issues.
Be honest.
He had served years there. He left hopefully because he wanted to raise his kids somewhere outside of the city. And he obviously, San Bernardino is like a whole different scene, and he left apparently on very good terms. So I want to provide that update because that's why we were asking for information. So they were not sure entirely why he had an entry with no details on the Brady list. And I also want to say that we've got a lot of people on the show, and we get a ton of emails being like, this person
watching a video and you're trying to come
this was the first time we got a lot of emails of people who were
driveway.
saying that
I'll be on the
Al
driveway.
was actually a good guy,
I'll be
and
on the driveway.
we got
Shiny.
an answer, by the way, of why he was
On the
on
driveway.
that
What?
campus,
Which
which
way?
I should have kind of thought through
On the
because this is kind of
driveway.
common sense. He's a USU officer, and don't forget
I'll be on the
that
driveway.
unusually
What?
Charlie had an event 10 days later back in Utah that was supposed to take place at USU. So they were not there in coordination
wanna
with
skateboard this hill
Charlie's
now.
team or in coordination with
Once it
UVU.
gets cleaned
They were
up,
there
they get all
because
the
they were
dirt
doing
off
a
of
threat assessment for their event that was 10 days
Skateboard
later. Him and his partner, that
Gotta get my skateboard
I'm
right.
forgetting his name, the other person who was guarding. So they were doing
my
their
skateboard right.
threat assessment, and then this took place, and then they jumped in and started helping, but they were not there. I can confirm they were not there in coordination with Charlie Security or in coordination with UVU police on that day. So
Yeah,
their presence there was actually not a matter of chance, but a matter of an event that was happening 10 days later down the road, essentially. And so they were monitoring the event, and then things went off. So We, like I said, received a ton of emails, and I said, as we get information, we can update you. It was enough people that were in enough places that I trusted this, and also they, because of their presence, would have had to make police reports, obviously. So it's just very odd that Officer Bagley is pretending he couldn't find out who these officers were when they were in communication with his chief. They obviously, we see that on the video. They were on the Losi rooftop, and he has access, or presumably all the UVU police officers would have access to that footage to be able to answer that question for him. It makes entirely no sense. So, yeah, that's what I have for you. I want to update you so we can answer questions that we bring up on here. A lot more questions, a lot more emails that we were receiving about Officer Bagley, however, and his history. And there were not many people, or any people, in our inbox that were defending Christopher Bagley, which is interesting. My gut tells me that he could have answered more questions had he had wanted to answer more questions while he was on the stand. So, what gives? I don't know. We'll be right back after a brief break. All right, you guys, I want to pass along a heartfelt thank you from my friends over at Preborn. You know, I love them. Their president, Dan Steiner, asked me to share just how grateful they are for faithful supporters like you. So far this year, because of generous partners, more than 50,000 babies have been saved from abortion. That means 50,000 lives changed and generations have been impacted. Every tax-deductible gift is used to rescue babies and share the hope of Jesus Christ with others. In fact, this year alone, more than 8,000 women have made decisions to follow Christ, all because someone like you helped provide a free ultrasound. It costs just $28 to provide one life-saving ultrasound, and $15,000 can place an ultrasound machine in a pregnancy clinic where it can save countless lives for years to come. Dan's message is simple: thank you. Your generosity is saving lives for both Earth and eternity, and today there are still mothers waiting for that same life-changing moment. So if you'd like to give, dial pound 250 and say
I was gonna let him do it.
And that's pound 250 baby, or visit preborn.com/Candace. Again, that's preborn.com/Candace. I also want to remind you guys about dose, because did you know that more than half of the average American diet is made up of ultra-processed foods? Every day we're eating foods that didn't even exist a generation ago, and we expect our bodies to just be able to keep up with all of that. Your liver is your body's daily filter, performing more than 500 functions every single day, and when it gets overworked, you feel it. You might wake up tired even after a full night's sleep, feel bloated after meals, or notice that you're more...
So there was something that I wanted to tell you, if I could remember. It's been a long time. To say, okay, well, one thing's for sure. If you got a demon, you're not going to go to Deliverance Church. So, God bless Tommy. But he wants a wife so bad, he'd take a wife that has a demon, try to get her delivered afterwards. But why not just get her delivered first? Well, sometimes they don't want the demon to leave, because that's that charming. I'm charming, I'm dashing, I'm into car bashing. I'm charming, I'm dashing, I'm into car bashing. Right? That's the demon. It's charming and it's dashing, but eventually it's gonna F something up. So, I'm not saying I won't marry him. I guess, I'm not saying I wouldn't do that. But, whoa, that's trippy. That's trippy, okay, yeah. That's trippy. I like it. I gotta know when to know when. I'm learning. It's fun.
Heard about Cozy Earth right here. Interesting. I'm reading somebody's comment just kind of live here. They said, if you go back and watch Officer Bagley's testimony, I can't confirm this, he actually does slip and say Alan at one point, so he definitely knew who the person was. I'll have to go back and see if that's correct, if he did say the name Alan in court, and I'll update you guys. Also, my producer in my ear said that I accidentally said Alan Robinson. Obviously, I'm auto-correcting and just saying Robinson, because we've been saying Tyler Robinson for so long, but it was Alan Robertson, and yes, By all accounts, it seems like he left on his own volition, and he has young kids and wanted to leave the city life so we can shut down that lead. I love when I get answers to questions that we have, and hopefully more information is going to come out about what his testimony is in terms of what happened on the roof. And he obviously would not have had access to the same stuff that Officer Bagley should have had access to be able to answer those questions. So it's giving shady, Bagley. It's giving shady. Okay, a couple more updates for you guys. You're not going to believe this. This is kind of amazing. Immediately update on Ian. That is the name of my security person that all the stuff happened to in Russia. We had a person reach out who is in the country music world who does not want to be named or get any credit, and he is going to pay for the entire thing, which is just like incredible. Just absolutely incredible. He's going to pay for his entire stay and rehabilitation in Florida. Again, does not want any credit for it whatsoever, but I wanted to let you guys know because you've been on this journey. We got so many emails from you, people that are just in military families who have had similar experiences, trying to help in whatever way that you can while now have an actual solution. So the next update that I will be giving you, hopefully we will be saying that he's sprinting down the driveway on his own. And like I said, he's in very good mental space. He just is very confident that he can do it and just has kind of that Navy SEAL mentality.
Okay. Da-da, 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 da-da. Okay. Back. Check this video out. Pretty dope. Pretty dope video.
Now way back in the days when hip hop began, with Coke on the rock, Cool Herc.
Thank you, Jesus.
And I woke up to news of that this morning, and person who shall not be named, I just can't say to you enough how grateful my family is, and also to Russia's Ministry of Health, how grateful we are, everybody that was involved in this, Joe family, the Catholic family that lives in Russia, who went and visited him, brought their children to lift up his spirits, to the team that was in Russia, the babushkas that cried when he left. I just love everyone so much, and it just is such a warming story, and the things that happen and go right to the special forces people, who would be saying that, in Russia, everyone was just amazing. Everyone stepped up to the plate, and this is like such a beautiful thing to find out when I woke up this morning. So I wanted to give you guys an update. In other news and other updates, other investigations, us being helpful, never, ever, ever getting the credit. Remember, we were helping Blake, who blanked out. Remember the hotel that he stayed in the night of September 10th. He at first thought he had stayed in Orem, then said he maybe misspoke. Then he remembered that actually, no, he stayed in Salt Lake City. And as always, we thought, wow, if he's getting early amnesia, we need to assist him. And no one saw, he doesn't remember what he did when he was in Salt Lake City. He didn't even remember that he was with Danny Phillip, or where him and Danny Phillip went, how they got, the whole thing is crazy. But at least we got some sort of an answer on the hotel. right? We were able to determine that some members, at least, of the Turning Point USA team stayed at the Asher Adams Autograph Collection Hotel in Salt Lake City. Now, we can't say definitively that Blake Neff was with them, but Andrew Colvett did in fact do a news hit from his hotel room, which internet sleuths were able to track down. This is like Don't F with Cats, if you've ever seen that documentary. They just look at the picture in the background and they start to piece things, and here is Andrew.
I'm gonna go back to that.
That boy Sean. Well, I'm out here like the Jehovah's Witness, ain't it? Up early at it. Nah, I ain't doing too much.
Send it to me with the name and the bio, baby. Yeah. Lay that money down. I don't know about this girl. I think this little girl, I was on her profile. She said she a philanthropist. Can you philanthropy me? We won! Hey, thank you, Pretty Precious. Thank you, Wrestling. Thank you, KC. She said she got a dick too, y'all.
A big one.
Twins.
Oh, no.
Have a great day.
You too. Bye. That was fun. Thanks, guys. Do you guys want a box? Just send me a guest request. You can have a box. Do you want a box, Brian? Hey, William.
Hey, Maddie.
That was funny.
That was.
Yeah, I didn't have the coin to do anything about it.
No, it's okay. No, don't worry about that. I don't care if I win or not. Hey, Brian.
Hey. Driving around town.
You're driving around town?
Yeah. Beautiful night.
Yeah.
78 degrees. And just really nice out.
Yeah, that's what it is.
The moon's nice. It's the 20th day of the moon cycle. Tomorrow, yeah, I watched the moon cycle because I read the book of Enoch and it taught me all about it. And so now I can tell what day it is on the moon cycle. So tomorrow will be, it's the waning moon, and it'll be exactly half, and that will be 21 days. And then it'll take 7 days, and then the moon will disappear for a couple days, and then it'll come back. And that'll be, like in the old days, they would start the new month on the new moon, and they'd have a party, you know, and then, because they didn't have a lot to do back then, but party, either that or you just didn't have nothing, one or the other, you know?
Yeah. Hi, new person. Derek? Are you there?
I'm here.
No, there's another person. They just joined.
Oh, okay.
They're having technical difficulties.
Oh.
I disconnected them. They didn't sound like they talking.
Oh, okay. Ten Man's on.
Let's see.
Is he?
Yeah.
So, 18th. What's today's date? 18th. Right, 18th.
Get there? Get there.
You there, Sarah?
It's exactly 2 weeks from today.
Just keeps making clicking noises.
Oh.
That's weird.
Well, I best be going. I gotta charge my phone.
Alright, William, it was good seeing you again.
Yeah, nice talking to you, Maddie.
Alright, bye. Let's see if I get Josh in here.
He's not broadcasting right now?
He's in Kentucky in the country and he has a hard time with the internet.
I remember him talking about that on his show. Remember when I said I was going to watch his show? I've been watching it a lot. So he's got a good show.
Yeah, he's got a really good show.
I remember him on one show saying, next week I'm going out of the country, going to Kentucky or something.
Yeah.
Might not have no internet.
There's Josh.
Hey, you can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. You got internet.
Yeah, but I'm still at that same place where I had bad internet.
Aw, well, it's coming in good right now.
Well, thank goodness. I'll just keep doing it until it runs out.
Right. How you doing? How's your trip going?
I'm okay. I'm doing my vacation. Good. Good. It's going great. I've just been spending time with my dad and my sister.
Awesome.
So, yeah.
Got like another week and a half there.
Yeah. Another week and a half. So, yeah. It's been great.
How's your dad doing?
He's good. He's doing okay. He needs to go ahead and get on dialysis.
Oh, does he?
Yeah, that's okay.
Is your sister working on helping him with that?
Yeah, she's helping.
Yeah. That's okay. That's part of life. I'm just relaxing after the crazy weekend at work. We had Spider-Man all weekend and again today, and it's just been insane. Yeah. That movie sold out every single night. Every night.
Jeez.
Yeah. There's people dressing up as Spider-Man and coming in to watch it and everything.
That's hilarious.
It
That's
is
hilarious right there.
That's pretty funny.
I want to do it now, but oh boy, I don't know if I want to be the weirdo or not, but hey, sometimes you got to do stuff.
Yeah.
That's true.
So you haven't been doing your show, Josh, or you have been?
No, I have not.
Because I'm in a place where I don't have good internet. So I can go down to my sister's house, but and I'm doing that tomorrow. I'm going to put on my shirt. But it's going to be pushed back to 6:30.
6:30? Yeah.
Yeah, evening time, Eastern time. So it's definitely off my regular schedule, but it's okay. We'll see. I advertise for it. We'll see how many of them show up.
Yeah. I'm sure people will show up for it. A lot of people will.
Oh.
How's your jet lag? Are you pretty tired? Are you awake? Are you tired? Or
I'm tired. I'm pretty tired. I don't know. Like, these meds aren't good.
oh, are they?
Yeah, my dad doesn't have them.
Aw.
That's okay. That's okay. I'll deal with it.
You make do with it.
I'll make do with it. Yeah.
You could go buy a mattress topper. You know?
Yeah, go to Walmart, get a mattress.
Yeah, I could. That's not a bad idea, actually. How's Dusty doing?
He's doing good. He's outside right now. So let him out. Yeah, I let him outside. He's outside.
Ryan, what are you up to?
I just been door dashing and making videos, you know. So trying to do a little. I did too many dance videos yesterday, so my legs are real sore. So just kind of just trying not to do no dance videos, so I can get about tomorrow I'll be better, won't be so sore. But if you find the right lighting and everything, you just can't resist. So I did one. I was at a place called Fellini's Pizza, and they have stringer lights, you know, and then a big red sign that says Fellini's. So it's a really good backdrop. So I did one video there. I almost have to dance every time I go there. I like the pizza so much. It makes me want to dance. So I got a Fellini special.
Yeah.
It's got, let's see, it's got black olives, mushrooms, meatballs, pepperoni, onions. Let's see, something else. Can't remember everything, but it's got a lot of stuff. And so I got one of those. I haven't eaten it yet. I'm gonna wait till I get home. Eat it with my wife. So yeah, so I don't, look like a jerk. I ate half of it. There's your half, and just throw it on the table. I don't want to be that guy. I thought about it. I was like, just a couple pieces. I'll just eat like two slices. But it's good. She's getting off early. So I held out. I didn't know you never know when she's getting off. She gets off sometimes early, sometimes in the morning. So
yeah.
I kind of made a commitment. I was like, I'm not going to eat it. I almost did. As soon as I got it, I opened the box and said, I'm fixing to get one piece. And then I was like, no, stop. You're being a jerk. You gotta wait. You gotta, be conscientious of other people.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
So I refrained. And I'm glad.
That's nice of you.
Yeah, my belly's angry.
Yeah.
Be quiet, stomach.
Yeah. I'm so
Josh. Gotta get some sleep.
I know. I will, I promise.
Yeah, you just gotta go get you a mattress topper, and then you'll sleep good. And then you'll be all right. Because I used to sleep in my car a lot. That's how I know about those. So.
Yeah.
I used to like to go camping and just stay in my car. So I get a 4-inch mattress topper and basically some foam, those little foam beds that you camp out when you go hiking. Put those down and then the mattress topper, and it was like being at home.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the old people, they didn't have beds like we got now for, for the boomers. They didn't have all that. So they could sleep on a rock. To them, they didn't know about pillow top mattresses. We're spoiled rotten, and I love it.
Yeah, we are spoiled.
We are spoiled.
I'm glad, because I don't want to sleep on a rock anymore. I remember my mattresses when I was young, and I was like, man, how did I even do that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go to Walmart.
That'd be hard, dude.
Yeah, go to Walmart and get you one tomorrow. And then you'll probably go to sleep early. Right after your show, you'll be like, okay, good night.
Yeah, I probably will.
Now that I've watched your show so much, I feel like a fan. I feel like a fan now, talking to you. I'm like, hey, this is the guy I like watching all the time.
Josh is a TikTok celebrity. He is a TikTok celebrity.
Hey, I appreciate you doing it. It's fun.
No.
You are Josh. You are Josh.
Yeah, you're fun. You do a good job. Very professional. And you do music that not everybody's ever even, some of it nobody's heard.
A TikTok celebrity.
Ha!
TikTok celebrity. Exactly.
Never know what it could lead to. But you just gotta have fun anyway, right? That's the main thing.
I'm waiting for my cat to come inside.
Oh, and your dad's cat?
Thank you, bro. Thank you.
You waiting for your dad's cat to come inside? Is that what you said, Josh?
His internet's going.
Yeah, his internet's going. Oh, well. I'm gonna have to talk to him for a little bit. Yeah, his internet bars are dropping.
Where's Captain at?
There he is.
Captain? Captain is probably asleep. He's not. Yeah. Yeah, Captain's at home.
Where's Dorney?
Dorney is, I don't know.
Hey, boy, Shaw. Right.
Good spot. Just bug out. See what we did today. Like that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's good. That's right. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's see. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 15. Okay, so 11, 12, 13, 14, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. 3,000 views yesterday. That's good. It went back down. So crazy. I like it. One, 6, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 10. I'm 8 hours into that video. That's dope.
Choice was left up to you. Would you grape a child or unalive?
I would never do either. I'm not gonna answer.
You don't have. Yes, you can. Yes, you can.
No, I'm not gonna answer that.
What does YT people mean?
Let me show you how it goes. Hey, Mateo.
I'm never gonna say.
Hey,
White people
chill out.
is internet slang that means white people.
Mateo.
It's a phonetic shorthand.
I know. I'll go to shorthand. Mateo, let me ask you a question. Would you grape a child or unalive?
I agree with him. I would neither. I would sooner.
Oh, okay, cool. Okay, suspect. Hey, Sparkle, would you rape a child or would you unalive one? I wouldn't do neither of them. If you had no choice. I would never have that choice because I wouldn't even you have no choice.
Have that.
Can I modify my statement? No, because I'll drop I'll drop everybody that don't agree. You don't know me, sir. Hey, Big C, would you, if you had no choice, would you rape a child or would you unalive?
Unalive somebody.
The fuck is y'all talking about?
It ain't hard. Unalive. I'd never touch.
No, I want to say I would never do either, but I do want to say I'm a practicing Buddhist.
I don't give a fuck about none of this shit, yo.
You know they touch a kid. They touching the kid.
The fuck is you talking about, yo? Like, that's not no question that you should get. Like, you should not be. Like, the fact that you gotta say, well, you know, I would never do either one of them. And I told you that you don't have a choice. And you, bro, get the fuck out of here.
They lying. That's why Coach is lying.
Yes.
She's part of the family.
My God.
I know what I know at this song. Amen. Praise the Lord. I feel the presence of God.
You're not the type of men that are in her circle, her capacity, in her reach. And I'm gonna land there.
Thank you, Winter. We're gonna go to anybody who want to say something outside of Philip. He has 3 more minutes. Anybody want to say anything?
I'm gonna drop down.
And I clicked on the box, and it's only showing millennial and big.
He's definitely.
Devil was man, the devil was cast into the heavens of the earth that we live in as flesh. There was script of it. There was script of it. That's why God had to come back more.
Me and my mom loved the Gilmore Girls.
Oh yeah, I watched that too.
I was allowed to watch that because, like,
Right. Yeah, don't judge these guys off like when they knocked at the door and stuff like that. Because
The hierarchy here. You're half, I'm full.
All right, Andy.
Hey, Jasmine, you want to come on up? Come on up.
Just because I've known you longer, Andy, don't mean nothing.
Actually naked. They do love Jesus. They know who Jesus is. They're a believer, but they're not like spiritually.
There's over 60-year time, but yet you don't speak up or concerned about the fact that we've given almost $300 billion worth of aid and weaponry to Ukraine in only 4 years.
Well, that's another topic that we're jumping into now.
No. It's about money. It's about funding. It's about where our taxpayer money is going. You're so concerned about this boogeyman that both extremists on the left and extremists on the right want to point fingers at Israel or Jewish people. Like Jeremiah was talking about systemic racism in the United States. Right now, there is a systemic bias or xenophobia, racism in this country towards Jewish people. And really, it's not Jewish people as a whole. There are Jewish people in Uruguay, in Tanzania, in South Korea. There's Jewish people all over the world, but yet you're so hyper-focused that, Jewish people are the boogeyman.
So you think I'm Xeno?
You're concerned about Israel?
I'm concerned how we manage our money towards Israel and Ukraine.
is that representative?
Bring up Ukraine.
Is that money? Are we giving them that for reparations from the Holocaust?
No, we are not.
No.
None of it. We allocate. Where it hits over there, for sure.
Thanks, Venus.
Walking Dead. Yes, so.
This speech motivated at least one Renaissance philosopher, aka Giordano Bruno.
God, I forgot what I'm going to say, but you guys doing a great job. We got congratulations.
Get out the kitchen.
They dropped, but I love that. I'm in the numbers business.
Yeah, we had 53.
Hold on there, Varsity Club. Hold on, Varsity.
What'd you say, love?
I mean, they say that you people or guys like him crazy, but I don't think that they like him that fucking crazy.
She's a bitch. And she fucked with the wrong person. I didn't do shit.
What?
There we go.
Who is this? Ms. D says, as soon as that number changes, I'm to look and I'm into it. Invite them up. That is. Everyone that's in queue that I can see has got. Now, whether they take it, that's up to them. But I don't avoid anyone that requests up unless his name is Level, Christian, and Kilgore. I'll let them sit there all day. And Tiffany. I'll let them sit there the whole fucking time. No problem. Yeah, I'll let them sit there all night. Nobody else. We're gonna do that too. Oh! Remember what I told you before? I'm not a fucking dookie.
Okay. Dive into juicy guava and
Alright, do I give you a roll? I can give you a roll, right? Or no, don't give me that now. I'll set those up later. So just like always calls like Kafar. And they always like say like all this.
I'm used to that because I lived in West Palm Beach for a couple of years.
Yeah.
And it was just super flat. I was like, oh my gosh, you guys got no mountains, no hills, no.
In some parts of Florida, yeah. Like, we got some hills, but I'm out, like, I live on an orange grove. We grow watermelons, too. But, yeah. Yeah, it is super flat, dude. It is super flat. Like, at my house, I can see, like, I'm about an hour away from the nearest town. Like, and, I can see so many cell towers, even like from cities. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Like 20 of them, like just 20 flashing red lights.
That's wild.
Counts.
Yeah, there's things I did like. There's things I didn't. I mean, just like anywhere, honestly. Like the one
Yeah,
thing
there's
that-
pros to go. Oh yeah, I come to the joy.
Very hot, hata si warm. Acha kupiga massage. Okay. Huwa inasaidia na blood nini circulation.
Honestly, my personal take, and it was my own little revelation, but I did agree with the interpretation that the author was being hypothetical for an intention, a very good reason. He was basically saying that, listen, when you keep on sinning, when you mess up and you mess up again, you crucify Christ again. In other words, that can't happen. He's already done it one time. So when the question comes up of, can you walk away from the faith, for example, that was a good one, the apostasy. We rationally think to ourselves because of our free will and our reason. We think to ourselves, I could.
Well, give us an example.
I know, we're just like all done.
So, massive Star Wars fan, massive J.R. Tolkien fan. My favourite film in the entire world is Blade Runner. Years like the shoe.
Bro, because honestly, you're a liar. Okay, if I show you, what would you? No.
Because I hurt.
Yeah, no, you can't fool me. All right. Hey, Alan. What's up? You at least 18? Yeah. What God do you believe in? I believe in, like, the God of the Bible. I just did this part.
Cup was kind of empty. She said, you send it back, you block. Kim, listen, he never got said nothing, so you ain't got to block him. B-Games listen, B-Games did not get said nothing. All right?
Yeah, nah. We caught that shit, like, cause he was like, oh, wait, is this you? Or is this you? I was like, nah, that this is me. Yeah, that's funny. All right, we got that page. All right, true. Thank you. All right, bro. Watch your shit. Oh, shit. He's fast as fuck. Damn, like slippery soap. I have to burn that motherfucking. More pink like Dale Hart's face, but it's close enough.
Weird. What?
Not attractive. Very attractive. Not attractive. Attractive. Please stop wearing these wife beaters. They show off way too much skin. And honestly, they just kind of make you look. Need that information from, but no problem.
Baby. Ponte bonita que hoy paso por ti. Quiero verte brillar.
Anything worth having at all is worth working for and waiting for. Some of my closest friends have thought they had that thing on the string just because that man was bringing them flowers, candy, and all kinds of gifts. Honey, some gifts are just to make him feel better while he's on this guilt trip about the night before. You know what I mean? Especially when you know you haven't been doing the things you should do. Think about it. What is the man trying to tell you? Sometimes flowers mean maybe we should just be friends. Did you get my drift? Hang if you can hang. No pain, no gain.
In order to get something, you gotta give something. In order to
anything.
What?
In the beginning, it was different. It almost looked like a cloud, or like a white cloud, kind of, you know.
So you want me
like
to picture like a clouded web?
listen, there's no...
And then you get, I don't want to call them trolling, just random people popping up with the voice.
I think some people are trolls, but I think some other people are just actually lost. And they don't know how, like, they don't know how to say, like, damn, bro, I like being over here, and I like the conversation. They don't know how to do that. They all they know is how to, like, be condescending and shit. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? They don't know how to just say, like, hey, bro, I like this. Like, it don't take that much to say, hey, I like this conversation. Yeah, when I can get in, I'll get in, and I'll be the first person to tell me, hey, when you want to get in a conversation, come on, get in a conversation. You know? I cry on my live, we laugh on my live, we go through the whole emotional expression. I'd rather you do it here than in real life. Because in real life, nobody's gonna give a fuck about your tears.
All that on Betty Johnson's show on September 11th is still here that we're showing you, and that was all it took.
And then
I
when
just
you're passionate,
love the
when
internet.
you're angry,
Internet Sleuth's got
gonna
him and
say
Tyler
that,
Boyer,
you're gonna be
and
behind bars,
here's the
especially as
Asher Adams Hotel.
if
There
you
it
show
is.
your passion,
Bang! Look at that, Blakey.
Yeah, you're
Ask and you
either-
shall
you know
receive.
what I
Now,
mean?
Blakey,
So,
now with
yeah,
that
I'm-
jogging your memory, do you remember Tyler Boyer? And here's the Asher Adams Hotel. There it is. Bang! Look at that, Blakey. I just love the internet. Internet Sleuth's got him and Tyler Boyer, and here's the Asher Adams Hotel. There it is. Bang! Look at that, Blakey. Ask and you shall receive. Now, Blakey, now with that jogging your memory, do you remember that you were at? Do you remember whether or not you were staying at the same hotel as Andrew? I don't know. We're just we're here to help. We're always here to help. A lot of things are happening right now where it feels like evil is ratcheting up. They just seem angsty. They're angry. They're yelling. And it's because I think we kind of all have had the scales fallen from our eyes, recognize what this government is and that it's left and right. And these people are positively disgusting. And I don't know if you guys remember, of course you remember, but at the beginning of the Iranian war, which is causing all of this craziness, they know they can't win it. They don't want to admit it. And I was just ranting at my husband this morning over breakfast. I could have done a whole podcast where I was just like, how do we have a president that was dumb enough to believe, okay, you don't need to know things. To just like, if someone came to me and I was president of the United States and they were like, ma'am, we're going to take Iran, we're going to take Persia in 2 weeks, I would be like, get out of my office. Okay? How stupid do you have to be to believe that you could like, we'll take Russia in a week? Oh, really? Really? I feel like it's been around. It's been around.
Hey.
Yeah, there.
Yep.
I'm on my way out.
Cool. Can't wait. I'm ready to go eat this
See
pizza.
you there.
Okay, love you. God bless you.
Okay.
Peace.
Okay.
Bye.
Time. Okay? And inexplicably, at the beginning of this war, for quite literally no reason, it still remains to me to be inexplicable, the United States, at the instruction, presumably of Israel, bombed an elementary school in Iran. A primary school is an elementary school in Iran. 156 people were murdered, including 120 students and 26 teachers. And the craziest part of the story is that the United States tried to deny it. Like, I just want you to process how badly our government lies. They thought, we'll just deny it. Like, you don't know that you bombed a school. At first, Trump actually came out and he said, no, we didn't do it. It was Iran. Pete Hegseth followed up the same message. We don't kill innocents. Only Iran does that. We're like, everyone's an idiot. And then the days that followed, it was revealed that Tomahawk missiles were used, and that's only used by the United States, that struck the school. And then Pete Hegseth had to come out again and said, oh, they were committed to investigating. Like, he just wasn't sure whether or not they bombed a school. Like, if you just do that and you're not sure if you did that. Like he's remembering whether or not he brushed his teeth that morning. I don't know. We'll investigate. I don't know if we dropped...
What are you wearing? I told you we're going to go to a family dinner today.
Is it the boots?
Of course it's the boots. You cannot wear those boots. Yeah, thank you, please. What are you wearing? I told you we're going to go to a family dinner today.
Is it the boots?
Of course it's the boots. You cannot wear those boots. Yeah, thank you, please. What are you wearing? I told you we're going to...
Boring sanitized feeds? AEDPV has you covered. No censorship, no boundaries, just real intensity. Think you're ready? Hit download and step inside. Tired of boring sanitized feeds? AEDPV has you covered. No censorship, no boundaries, just real intensity. Think you're ready? Hit download and step inside.
Yo.
Yeah, I guess I should have, maybe I should have did another job, man.
Why?
I'm just about to get on the road right now.
You been loading that whole time?
Kind of. I took a shower. Yeah, I took a shower. I got ready. I talked to this guy, one of my roommates. He's a younger guy. His name is Chase. He's really into God, and we were having a talk.
That's fair.
And we were just, you know what I mean? Because you got to think about it. I'm driving back home, you know. There's a lot of shit I've been running away from type shit, you know?
Oh, yeah.
So, like, even after I talked to Frank and she sent me that video, then I stopped talking to that girl again.
Crazy.
I haven't talked to her. Yeah.
When's the last time you talked to her?
I think this morning for a second.
I mean,
and then
like before today. end it. 8 hours and 30 minutes.